Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first one-shot of One-Shot Summer for Dice Jailers. I will be your Dungeon Master, Jordan Michael Whidbey, and I'm here with our Zoos Explorers. I didn't have a good name. Say hi, Zoo Explorers!
Hello.
Hello.
I will introduce all of them to you in a moment, but first I want to get to a couple of announcements for the channel. This is our first one-shot of One-Shot Summer. We're going to be doing a number of one-shots through the summer, just for the funsies, before we get back to our main campaign. That main campaign will happen again when it happens. There'll be another announcement when we get closer to the time. Our Patreon will be up soon enough, so you'll be able to be in all of the behind-the-scenes stuff. You'll be able to see a bunch of outtakes, perhaps, if I can compile those together, as well as you'll be in on a Discord channel where you'll be able to do an AMA with the players, as well as our lovely guests, who are all in that channel right now as we speak. So yeah, and that will be officially launched as soon as I can get my ducks in a row and get it together. So you can support the channel, and then maybe we can pay for someone to do better graphic design than I do. Now, introducing our players. I'm going to start from the top, what is on your screen right, with my friend, person who I married, actually. Not in the way I put a ring on his finger. Saint, playing as, well, you'll see, Nosy.
My name is Nozico. I am a little turtle druid.
Oh, don't
small
describe
in
yourself yet.
stature.
We'll do that later.
Oh, my bad.
Just say hi, and if you're working on any projects people should check out right now.
Hi, my name's Saint. I'm not working on any projects, but you should check out all of Jordan's.
That's a good friend. Next up, in the top center of the screen, we have the one and only fisherman, Duffy.
Oh, there are lots of fishermen and women out there. Not the only one.
But you're the best. So I decree.
I don't always catch fish, but I like fishing. Best.
And then in our top left corner, we have the showrunner and head writer on The Ugly Radio, good friend of the show who's been on here multiple times, Andrew Shanks.
Hola. Hello. Listen to the Ugly Radio. If you're in the Redmond area, go see me in the play in 2 weeks. I don't know.
Gonna say the name of it, or?
Nah, figure it out.
All right, cool. Next up, we have the man who someday I will steal from his wife, Logan.
Hey, everybody.
Has been a running joke in our friendship.
Yeah, it's a long-standing threat and promise. I have no projects, so it's a good thing you're watching this one.
And last but not least, the man with the plan, or at least the man smart enough to have a plan, Brain.
Yeah, I have no plan. My only project right now is I'm recording a note for note cover of Taylor Swift's Red album, so that'll be like on MySpace soon.
You better not be lying about that.
Do the good work. You're doing the Lord's work.
I want this to
do it
not
on
be a
MySpace.
joke so much.
If you could do folklore next, I would love that. Actually, that album slaps.
It's just
Folklore and Evermore, both so good.
Yeah, hard agree. National fans in the house.
So with our personal introductions in and through, let me bring you into Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. Now, one thing that we did not discuss before I started recording, and now it's too late to go back because I don't want an awkward cut right here. You've all either been contracted by Zerian at the head of Zerian's Zunderful Zoo, or you already work at Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. And I would love to know, just quickly, if you have been contracted to help, or if you already work at the zoo.
Contracted.
I'm on retainer with the zoo.
You work at the zoo, great.
Been contracted.
Contracted.
I will also work at the zoo.
Great. So then, Wave and Nosy, you already know each other, and all of you are sitting in the back of a long cart, riding with each other, as well as Zerian, and in the front, steering the cart is Zerian's right-hand man, Frederick. Zerian looks an older, kind of pot-bellied white man, wearing a large, long-rimmed white hat. You can see that he once had a beard, but some kind of either fire or animal has bitten off at least enough of the beard that it doesn't grow back right here, and so he just shaves it all off. His hair is about shoulder length and also shock white, as he is a man of a bit of age. Frederick, on the opposite side, he looks to be about 35, maybe 40, also human. He is wearing the wow, words are difficult. The uniform of Zerian's Zunderful Zoo, which is a dark gray jumpsuit with big red and yellow, just triple Z's across the back in an arc. And you are all sitting in the back of this cart as you are heading up on the way toward the gates to the front of Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. And Zerian speaks up to all of you and says, "Now, perhaps you have heard of a few breakouts that have been happening recently in my zoo. Apparently our current," and he gives a pointed look forward to Frederick, "exhibit containment teams aren't exactly up to the task, so I needed to create a new survey and containment team. Now, Nosy and Wave, you have been selected, obviously, out of everyone because you are actually competent. Now, what I need from you... Look, we've closed down our entire operations until we can ensure the safety of our patrons, as some of the exhibits have been, releasing themselves, so to speak. And obviously time is a factor, because time is money and I want to make my money. Now, you out of everyone that was volunteered or voluntold, and he looks pointedly at Nosy, have been selected because you have the skills necessary to expeditiously figure out how my specimens are getting out of their cages, if they are exceptionally clever or if someone is letting them out. Now, inside, with some of my exhibits having run wild, there is a chance that they might attack you while you're in there, and that is part of why those of you that are more robust combatants have been hired. And while I would love to completely prohibit you from killing them, I do understand that self-defense is a thing. Thankfully, with the blessing of the Wild Mother, I have been bestowed with the magic to be able to raise a few of them from the dead slowly, if the need arises for you to defend yourselves and wound them fatally. However, it will take me longer to reopen, and I don't want to wait. So if you can capture and return them to their cages, you will be awarded additional payments. And in order to document this, I had some of the artificers down in R&D come up with a little thing. And he reaches into a bag and pulls up a small wooden box. It seems to resonate with arcane energy, those of you that have any leanings to the arcane. You can see that in the front, it appears to be a diamond embedded in the center of the box. And you can see a small indent on the top as well. And when he turns it around, you can see a small rectangle of glass that's also embedded into the back of this box. It's about yay big. He says, "It's a rather ingenious device that's wonderful for documenting information quickly. Now watch." And he puts it up to his face, and he kind of leans back so that this box is facing all of you at once. He presses the indent on the top, and you hear a little click. He then shakes the box and holds his hand under it, and a small wood panel falls out of the bottom of the box. And he holds it up to you, and you can see it is a painted wood carving of all of you. Starting with Saint, who do we see in this wood carving?
Well, you see a small little green turtle who's, probably 3 or 4 feet tall, and their back, their shell, what have you, is covered with various plants and flowers and all kinds of greenery. You can't actually really see the shell, just its shape. And nestled at the very top, right at the cusp of the shell, is a small little creature. Anyone who sees it and is magically inclined might be able to spot it as a fae. It looks like something between an owl bear and a corgi, and it's about the size of one. And it's just sleeping, nestled up in his little shell. And he's holding a staff, and that staff has 3 little objects spinning around the top, 1 shiny crystal, and 2 robin's eggs. The robin's eggs seem to be whole, but otherwise floating.
Duffy. What does Wave look like in this carved image?
Wave is a water gentai, so naturally he looks like he just got out of the water, dripping wet. Got some silk slinky clothing underneath his very finely crafted armor. He is not tall, but not short, maybe middle range, 6 foot or so. Very athletic. Very athletic. Natural born athlete. Very strong connection to the water, as is evident by everything that he does and touches. Wants to be in the water and is dripping wet. And that's me.
Is that like a clingy white undergarment you're wearing, or what kind of clothes? You're always wet, right?
Yeah, it's blue silky, so it's a little clingy, yeah.
He's wearing armor.
He said the clothes.
Not everyone.
Shanks, what does Rex look like?
Frex looks like Tabaxi, about 5 foot, 5'4", orange in color, basically emulating a drunken calico cat or orange cat. Blue eyes. He is holding a bottle in one hand as well as a staff in the other. He's a slenderish build for the height, about 160, maybe a little bit of a paunch, maybe just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. And that is Frex.
All right, that brings us to Nigel.
Nigel Spinefruit is a male loxodon. He's about 7'6", weighs around 380, a little above, depending on the day. And he carries a large trident and shield. He does not wear armor. He just has some, like kind of, basically like Hulk shorts on. And yeah, broad, tall, and looks like he's been through a lot.
Nigel is taking up the entire back of the cart, and it's almost tipping. And
Yeah,
last,
He's used to that.
and last but not least,
Ulrai, who is a 6'1" tiefling bard. For looks, my notes on our character sheets were Rick Astley, who learned Infernal. So kind of a pale tan, pale white, almost greenish, but with a red pompadour popping up between the horns. And wearing not sequin, but very like bright and shiny armor that almost looks like a 3-piece suit.
Almost.
if you're wondering, audience, this is also the first time I'm hearing this. So you see the image of all of you stuffed into this cart, painted on this wood carving that is dropped off the bottom of the box that Zerian has clicked, shaken, and then the wood painting came off the bottom. It's a wonderful new invention. I just really want something to replace this main diamond here with before we go into proper manufacturing. I mean, it still works with a smaller diamond, but this one you can just do as many of those as you want. With smaller diamonds, it seems that you can only do so many. I need one of you to hold on to this. Who's going to take?
I will happily take it.
And he hands this box over to the smallest of you.
Goes right in my backpack.
Now, you all have been given maps of the park, and if you have not for some reason, collect one from Frederick soon. As I said, I need you to investigate why in the world my exhibits are getting free so rampantly. And as an extra bonus to me, if you could bring some of them alive back to their own cages, that will help. I will pay you an extra 10 platinum apiece for each image you can give me of fully... Words are difficult. Fully stored away exhibits. Now, as you go through the park, I will be in my office in the main exhibit building, just to the right of the entryway. But if you need to contact me, we have these. And he puts his hand out, and there's a sending stone in it. You're all seasoned adventurers-ish. You know what sending stones look like. Who's going to hold on to the sending stone? He hands the sending stone also to Nosy. It connects directly to the one that I keep on my person at all times, so you'll be able to get a hold of me for whatever you need. Now,
Thank you, sir.
I do hope you'll be able to help me reopen my zoo as soon as I can. I don't like losing money. And with that all said and done, welcome, and he turns, to Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. And the gates open up. And Nosy and Wave, you see your place of work that you've seen 1.5 million times. Lush, overgrown jungle, many places. Clear pathways heading through. You are prepared for what's going on. The newcomers, however, might not be ready. Because the thing that they might not know about this zoo, that you two definitely know from working here, and that none of you as players know, the exhibits are all dinosaurs.
Oh no. So the Jurassic Park music in my head was totally appropriate.
Absolutely. Yeah. Why would there be any other music in your head?
Yeah. I said it was a zoo. I never said what kind. So now you're ready for this. So you have been let into the main section of the zoo. From your maps, as well as from Nosy and Wave's knowledge of the park, being employees here, you know that there are 6 locations besides this main entranceway, as well as the main, basically, greeting hall. You have the area that's set out for a food court. You have the enclosure that's for all day and nighttime viewing of the nocturnal dinosaurs. You have the Great Plains, where there's a bevy of large dinosaurs, mostly herbivores, living together peacefully. You have an enclosure that is more the deep parts of the jungle, as well as you have different set-off cages farther in the back of the zoo that have these exhibits with the smaller carnivores, as well as another separate section for the few large carnivores that are kept separate. And then to the east side of the zoo, there is the aquatic dinosaur enclosure. And those are kind of your main areas to go as far as things. But as you get out of the cart, what would you like to do?
Just to clarify with Mr. Z real quick, Daddy Scarface, um, which of the exhibits have had the worst breakouts that we're aware of?
The most concerning breakouts were from the cages of the small carnivores. That's why we had to close, because people were, being eaten. I mean, if
Those are the most recent breakouts, my dear friend.
the most recent, uh, I mean, technically the most recent, were the small fish that you wrangled just like 3 weeks ago.
Hmm.
In the how many animals are released currently at point?
That's a good question. If the exhibits that we know of that are open are the only ones that are open, then there should be about 16 creatures on the loose.
Six.
Most of them herbivores.
Most plant babies.
I believe it's all but 4 of the documented breakouts are herbivores.
Who in park would have access to these gates that keep unlocking themselves?
Just about every one of the personnel.
I will take that moment to show him Mikey.
Yes. You and Wave
So
both
he-
have keys to just about every enclosure.
Ah,
So
right.
did he do it then? He waiver you?
Oh no! I like to keep the animals in the exhibits. That's where they're safest. If they get out, someone like Daddy might hurt them.
Okay.
Did you just call me
Advice.
daddy? I told you can't.
Twice now.
You. He definitely said that. I
I,
heard that.
we talked about this in our last personnel meeting. You gotta stop doing that.
Yes,
Are
sir, Mr.
most-
Z. I understand.
Do you employ most of your children here?
No, my only child, my son, is attempting to be a bard without knowing how to play any instruments or sing any songs, and he's a bad storyteller.
Now, what do you have against bards now?
Nothing against bards, but my son has no performing talent whatsoever, and that is still what he's trying to do.
And that's
He
why you
thinks
make
that
your employees call you daddy.
what?
That's why you make your employees call you daddy.
No, I specifically have asked him not to.
Hmm.
Question. How many former children of yours do you employ?
None of my children work here. Former, if they were formerly my child, wouldn't they be dead if they weren't still my child?
Oh no, I thought you might have disowned child.
No, even though my son is a royal disappointment, he's still my son.
Where is son now?
He is in. He's off in Pfeiffelheim, which you all know to be a kingdom, a good like 3 weeks journey to the west.
Terrible
Oh, no.
place.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah, everyone
Who-
wants to make their journey west to Pfeiffelheim, which just doesn't hit the ear right for me.
Does Frederick call you daddy?
No, it's usually Papa.
Ah,
Sometimes it's old man, which don't like that either.
Mr. Z gets very strict with us if we call him Daddy too much.
I-
Mostly
it's
me.
It's
it's
he
just
takes you
not
back.
Now, when you
professional.
say he gets strict with you, what do you mean strict?
Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about it.
when they go back to the back room and we
The
go do
lights
our jobs and
We have an HR department
I don't know why you
that
guys
comes
make
and
such a
has a
big deal out of
talk.
this. This is okay.
What's your HR department's daddy policy?
That's none.
Is it okay if they call you Daddy Zunderful?
No,
That honestly is great stage name.
I mean that
Right?
actually would be pretty great for marketing. After this, we
What
should
is
talk about getting you on the
Zunderful?
marketing team because that's actually a great idea.
Is a Zunderful one of the creatures at the zoo?
No, it is not.
Well,
Hmm.
touche.
No, that's just
Seems like
I just there's nothing called there's no creature that we know of that's called Zunderful. That was just I just took wonderful and put a Z in it to have the alliteration between my name and the zoo.
it's just wordplay.
Yeah,
Does that make you a liar?
I think Daddy's a liar.
how is it lying to make up a word for branding?
So your real name is Zerian Wonderful?
No,
What's your last name then? I'm curious.
my name is Zerian Marthson, and it doesn't exactly work.
Wonderful and Zunderful are both better. Have you considered changing it?
I mean, I've thought about it, but there's all the paperwork and the money, and I could just go by a stage name. Usually, I just go
Daddy
by the
Zunderful.
mononym Zerian.
Daddy's Zunderful.
That Daddy Zunderful is just
I mean, that's everyone here agrees Daddy's Zunderful.
okay. Who here agrees that Zaddy Zunderful is better name?
That's better name.
We seem to
Okay.
be in accord.
Okay, then we will get with your marketing team, and you'll be Zaddy Zunderful from now on.
That's
Now, what's our fee for that?
Yes.
we will negotiate contracts after you fulfill this one.
And that contract was
To find irrefutable proof,
getting. Yeah.
yeah, regarding all of my dinosaurs. Yes.
Sorry, I blacked out.
So, is
Well,
there anything else?
Who here hates you? Like on your staff? Do you have any people who might not like you having such majestic reptilian creatures?
Well, not that I know of. I would hope that the health benefits package, as well as the pay, as well as me treating my staff well, I mean, they can attest, would be enough to keep my staff happy with me.
Can I do a perception check on Frederick's response to that?
That would be more an insight. But
Oh,
yes,
insight,
yes,
okay.
you can.
All right. 16.
16. Frederick does not try to hide this at all. So you can see on his face a look that tells you that, yeah, he treats everybody great, except me, motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah.
I clock that, but don't share.
Alright.
Now, were there any personnel changes that happened about when these breakouts started happening?
Not... There was one. There was a young dwarf boy, oh, what was his name?
Was this one of your sons?
No, I don't...
No, he was an exhibit.
He was not an exhibit, he's a person.
Oh.
Dingle Dauber?
Are you
Which
saying
name did you
animals
say?
are not people?
Dingle Dauber, the little dwarf boy that used to work here?
Dingledobber. Frederick, does that sound right? Dingledobber. Dingledobber, the boy who was eaten. Yes, it was Dingledobber.
That was my favorite book series growing up.
Oh, you read those too? My son
Dingle
devoured
Dauber, the
them.
boy who was eaten.
Much like Dingle was devoured.
Yes,
Yes.
he was the newest hire and also the first eaten. but he would be the closest hire to when the breakout started.
And why did you not shoot her? The one who devour?
We were able to capture that velociraptor and get them back into their cage.
I'm just trying to get you to scream shooter.
No, absolutely not.
Would you say she's her most clever out of the bunch?
I mean, it's hard to say. They're all clever girls.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome for that.
Now, are you seeing any evidence around these breakouts? Like, is there a broken padlock or something?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes they just appear to be opened, which is why I can't really figure it out myself. Also, with the number of breakouts, I haven't been able to personally go because, as much as I wish all of my exhibits respected me, I can't fight off a velociraptor.
Who is head of security?
Head of security? Let me look at my list of names. That is Garesh. He's a large orc man, who I hired. One of my, I believe, the third person that I hired to start this entire adventure. Do you think it might be him?
Oh no, he just won't talk.
Well, he is, much like the rest of the staff, for their safety, not here today. The zoo has been unstaffed for the last 2 months, trying to gather
you're
all of
having
you
us-
together to make an expedition back in.
You're having us investigate breakouts, and your head of security isn't here?
This is most susceptible. Suspectable? Is that how you say it?
Honestly, I didn't want him to be embarrassed by the fact that I was bringing in someone else to figure out where he screwed up.
Hmm.
I also didn't
That's
want
not how
him
you
to
deal with these. Gotta rub his nose in it.
That is, honestly, I've found that negative reinforcement in that way isn't the best way to treat an employee. Constructive criticism is what I like to do here.
Now, just to get timetable. Breakouts start happening, and then you kick everyone out of park, including head of security and staff, and breakouts still occur.
We don't really know if breakouts are still occurring or not. We have, with rest their souls, the old security team tried to get in and figure out exactly what's going on, but I don't really have a security team anymore, and that should tell you what you need to know about how those expeditions went.
Hmm.
That's why I hired you, seasoned adventurers, as well as you two, who came to me from being adventurers to work at the zoo, to do this, because regular people ain't gonna cut it.
Question: is there bartender?
I mean, not here, right now.
A very concerned look on Frex's face.
I
But
mean,
there is a bar that could be tended.
yes, if you could make your way to the food court.
Which direction is food court?
Northwest.
Okay, good. And that is
That way.
ah. Thank
He
you.
just resigned, knowing exactly what you want to do now, and knowing that he is going to need to restock everything.
Thank you, Daddy.
Would anyone care to join me for a pre hunt drink?
You haven't back
Bro.
check out the food court.
Drinking on the
check out-
job is pretty normal for us.
Yes. Frederick, would you like to come with us?
Let's go.
You can see
Zaddy?
Frederick's face just blanches white at the prospect of going to where many other people have died.
Don't
Yes,
worry,
and-
Frederick. If you die, it'll be fine because I'll just bring you back.
I could just avoid the whole process if I just don't, go in there where people have been eaten. No.
They have been eaten specifically in food court? I don't know.
I mean, it's just the exhibits are wild in the park. There's nothing we can do about it. We should just keep everything closed and just leave and call it a wash. But no,
Now
I'm not going to lose money like that.
Friedrich,
people
I
are
just wanna let
dying.
you know. I just want to let you know, if you were to come with us, I would make sure that we would never let you down. We would never run around nor desert you.
I'll get you personal pan pizza, Daddy.
Give me.
I will make you Bahama Mama.
All right, one of you
Wow.
can give me a persuasion check at advantage, but you have to decide before rolling which one of you.
I have a plus 12.
I
Jesus.
don't.
Bard.
That's insane.
But he's never going to give you us. That's the thing.
If
Or
we're not
divert
arguing, waiting.
All right, is it me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
by all means.
F plus 12.
Dirty 20.
Thought I was going to be able to just say no, but no, I have to roll because it's high. Frederick, just you really gonna make sure I don't die?
We would never let you down. We would never tell a lie, nor would we hurt you.
I guess it would be smart to have someone with a knowledge of the inner workings of the park, as well as knowing which of the exhibits are most valuable monetarily to keep alive along for this trek. Okay. And you now have Frederick along with you.
Now, before we get on journey to bar, Zaddy, where will you be?
I will be in my office here in this large building, and he gestures over to what is basically the visitor center for the zoo.
Did anyone clock how he did not get mad about Zaddy?
He's
It's
resigned to it at this point.
Yeah.
I will be up in my office here, where it is as safe as can be while still being in the park.
Unless there is Velociraptor in there.
Don't say that. I know
Well,
there's
we have
not,
Bring
but
one to you to make sure it's the right one.
you broke me. You've broken me. We haven't even gotten into the adventure yet, and you've broken me.
We found where bar was. I say that's good progress.
I want to be safe to be able to support you if need be. I do have an arsenal of magical equipment that the artificers have made, but they are cumbersome is the best word, I would say.
Okay.
They're very large, and they don't travel well. Look, I know seeing the picture box that it seems like the R&D department here makes little trinkets. They keep making large-scale vehicles that cannot actually run under their own power.
That doesn't sound very useful.
It's
no, that
not.
does not. That has,
Feels like
have
you're
you?
just venting now.
Yeah. Have you taken? Would you like a drink?
It's
Now, why do
Do
you
you
hate
have
your
a
son
Is it
so
fit
much?
better?
Do all your children disappoint you?
I don't want to get into this. I have a therapist for that. And he starts to walk off to his office.
Bye, Zaddy.
All right, let's go get drunk.
Wild mother preserve me. And he walks off.
It's weird. Like a raptor could just come out and get him now, but he just rides. He just
As a
walks away.
large, large stone gate to the visitor center closes behind him.
I'm just saying, there's a raptor probably in there. He's probably already dead.
I can't have
Oh, Russ
anything.
Sable, crap again.
Now, Frederick, how many raptor visitors do they get each year?
Wait, raptor visitors? What do you mean? Like, raptors don't come to visit. They are the exhibit.
They don't come to visit family?
No, their family would all be here as far as I can tell, unless... Oh. No, I don't like thinking about that.
It's no longer Zunderful Zoo, it's Zunderful World.
Damn it.
Could so I will lead charge to walk.
Yeah.
All right.
Frederick.
Yeah?
Hi. That's it.
You see, he just stands there frozen and then... Okay,
Come,
hi.
come, Frederick.
So on your
with-
way toward the food court that Wave and Nosy would both be able to guide you to very quickly. It is a good 25-minute walk. I'd like all of you to give me perception checks along the way.
Can I use a passive perception?
Yeah.
18.
22.
21.
20. Dirty 20.
20. So Wave, not gonna lie, you are distracted. There's
Why do I work so much?
the section that you're walking through, or that you're walking past, is kind of the way into the Great Plains area, and for this part, there isn't much water around, so you're just kind of looking around for anywhere to get a little bit of hydration, and there really isn't much, and it's distracted you quite a bit. All of the rest of you, however, along the way, you do notice there's a distinct lack of noises. Which, yeah, you're not actively at one of the exhibits, but there should still be some kind of ambient noise of life around you. And you really don't notice much of that.
Man, it sounds like the encore at one of my concerts here.
I think this zoo forgot to buy
Oh.
birds.
No water here. Let's just keep going. I don't see anything.
There's just no noises? Like, not even, there's no birds, there's nothing.
It's not none, it's just significantly less than you expect. If that makes sense.
So from what I do hear, animal noises, do I hear them talking about anything that's threatening?
You have speak with animals, don't you?
Literally constant.
Love that. Love that. What you're hearing, the little bits, it seems either too hushed or too far away to really make out from actual speech. You mostly hear movement. But you do catch about halfway there, you do catch the sounds of what you think is a pterodon, flying kind of overhead, but off to the side, and you just kind of hear, "Can't believe I'm single again. What the hell is this?" It's a bird. They always want to mate.
It's true.
but yeah, you don't really hear speech from the animals. You really just hear movement and not a whole lot as you get closer to the food court. And as you get out to where the area starts to open up, you can see a large open, not quite paved as we know it area, but certainly cobblestone that has been packed heavily into the ground to make close to a paved ground. And you can see uh, a large wood and stone, very very themed to be jungly, like fake jungly, almost tiki fake jungly. Like, it's weird because you'd think that it would just be like deep forest Amazon looking stuff, but it's also got that touristy island tiki feel for some reason that happens a lot at dinosaur based exhibits, and it doesn't make sense because those are two different, very different things trying to be smashed together.
Is
The
it like a
mar-
Margaritaville or like how cheesy?
Oh, Margaritaville cheesy.
The marketing in this place is all wrong.
And you see a section. There's 7 different stalls under this covered area. There's also like 4 or 5 tables. What would you like to do?
Frederick, how many people would you say have died here?
Let's see. Give me a second. He pulls a small scroll out of his backpack. Let's see. To date, there have been 35 deaths. Oh,
Right here.
not like directly here at the food court. There were at least 2 bodies found here last. Most of the death count that we have is just people that didn't return, so they could just be lost in here, unable to escape.
Ooh. Uh, do we perceive any threats in this?
Give me a
In
good
this.
old perception check.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You don't see anything threatening here, but the stillness itself seems to be a bit of a threat. If there are dinosaurs just roaming here outside of their enclosures, as well as just the regular all other kinds of fauna that could be through here, just making their way over walls or tunneling under things, or birds flying through, you don't even see like squirrels, and that's concerning.
Do I see the bar?
You absolutely see the bar. No check needed for that.
I go to bar.
All right, as you head up to the bar, you see, when you get over toward the bar, you see what looks to be a dead halfling body slumped behind the bar.
Um, I jovially grab Frederick around the shoulder, and I like kind of like motion him. Is this one of the two?
Yes!
Did you know him?
No! I don't know all of our patrons that would have been here. I don't. And he keeps trying to look away.
I sit him on the stool, like plap plap. It's okay. I make you Bahama Mama.
Give me a dexterity check with proficiency.
Da, 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 da. Nat 20.
You absolutely make a Bahama Mama almost perfectly. Unfortunately, there aren't any fresh pineapples for part of the garnish. Because it's been a hot minute since there's been a lot of this stuff working.
Mhm.
But you do see there is a small machine that is there that is constantly just that constantly has a reservoir of ice that can be tipped into this spinning grinder almost to make slushies.
With great finesse and panache, I make. How many Bahama Mamas would we like? One,
Oh, I mean, yeah.
two, three, four.
Yes,
We
please.
will make 6.
How strong do you make them?
Uh, I
Ran-
I randomly.
Great. So one of them is very strong. One
That
of
will be
them.
mine.
All right. The very
strongest
strong one is spoken for. But there are still going to be 4 other drinks in assortment of strongness. Let me just... Where's my D4 at? And we'll just see how strong yours is when you take it. Who wants the first one?
Nosy
Okay.
will step up, or after you.
Okay, I'll go first. I'm not scared.
This first one, you take a taste? Hot ass liquor. Hot ass liquor.
Wow. All right.
It
Who's
is
next?
Bahama Daddy.
Nosy will go.
No, you have to do the marketing. It's Parmesan.
Yes.
Nosy, you get yours. And it is so great and sweet and citrusy. You don't really taste any of the rum in it, but like it's well made. It could just not have a lot of alcohol in it.
It's either a very dangerous drink or really light.
Who's next?
I'll grab it.
Yours, you can definitely taste the alcohol in it, but it's not like whew. And last but not
Like Kathy
least,
used to make.
yours, you can taste that alcohol. And Frederick grabs his and that's really good. That's really good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take another sip. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm, yes.
I would like all of you to give me insight checks.
17.
Natural
And
20.
Nat 20,
25.
25,
21.
21. So almost all of you, sorry, brain, almost all of you notice that Frederick is drinking this drink like a person that has maybe 2 cocktails at a company party, like once or twice a year.
Perfect. I lean over to Frederick. Be honest with me, friend. Are you happy at this Zaddy Zunderful zoo?
I mean, the pay's good, and I haven't died. I've been kept very far away from the death until now.
And the benefits, yes, yes, yes.
Well, I mean, if I were to be hurt at all, immediately I'm able to be brought to a cleric, and every kind of magical healing this side of resurrection is afforded to me under the company health policy.
Yes, but the cleric who is not here,
Well, no, there
who
isn't
is
an
not here.
on-staff cleric. That's a little too costly, but you know,
Yeah.
it's still we can get there.
I see you act quite perturbed near Zaddy. What is there something you're not telling us about what's going on here?
Give me another persuasion, at advantage.
Do 18.
18. Look, he just doesn't listen to me and my ideas. and he constantly just tells me, he just constantly tells me, well, don't worry about that. I'll handle that. You just handle the money. And I can handle more than the money. I can show him, but also he never listens to any of my ideas outside of the money.
What can you show him?
Well, I mean, I don't have them with me because they're at my desk in the main office. But I have plans for a better way to organize these exhibits so that people can more easily get to them, as well as a monorail system that we could put up that the artificers already have half of the stuff for. I just need to convince him to spend the money on it.
So you're saying that you're a disgruntled employee and that you told him you were going to show him.
No, I was going to show him my plans for upgrades.
Yeah, you're going to show him, weren't you? Were you letting these
Oh,
dinosaurs
real
out?
good.
No! I don't want to get near them, even when they're in the cages.
So you have not been near cages at all, Frederick?
No!
Be honest with me, friend.
No! And you can all have insight checks on that.
uh,
14.
14?
20. 30, 20.
I got 8.
I got a natural 20 again.
Jesus!
I had to double check. I was like, is it just showing me the same roll? But it's in the tracker.
Sometimes it'd be like that. So all of you that rolled 15 or higher, actually 10 or higher, honestly, because he's not trying to hide it, you can tell that he is legitimately freaked out by being near these animals. With a 15 or higher, you can tell that he does still like dinosaurs, he just likes them over there. He's just a very scared man. He's just a regular scared dude. Like, if you were to look at his stats, like, he's got, like, an armor class of 10. He's got, like, 5 hit points. He's a regular dude.
Remember, Frederick, just like we practiced at work, if something happens, stick with me.
I never did those drills, because I never planned to really leave the office.
Well, you're setting yourself up for some pain, brother.
Frederick, did you do this to show Daddy what you can do?
No. I just believed you. You said I wasn't going to get hurt, and I believed you, and now I'm regretting that decision with
Did
his
you believe
inquiry.
all the dinos to show
I think
Daddy what you're capable of?
Yes, I think he means, did you release dinosaurs to show Daddy?
Absolutely not.
So
You just did
I'm gonna
that for
take this.
fun, didn't you?
No,
I'm gonna
I
take an
did not
opportunity-
release the dinosaurs. I want to be very clear. I did not do this.
Just want to take the opportunity to stand up for Frederick because he's quiet, but he means well. Okay, guys, he's not that guy.
I'm doing
That
my
is
best.
what everyone always says afterwards.
Hey, we're getting distracted here, people. We gotta round up these critters.
This is true, but we need to find out who is doing this. Like, you know,
Why don't we go investigate one of the cages?
Yeah. I will have another round of Bahama Mama. Will someone else want another Bahama Mama?
Yes, please.
Please.
Is there a keg at the bar?
Is there cake?
Yes, there is.
There is cake.
Nigel's just gonna stick his trunk in it.
Give me what should be a trivial strength check to make sure that you can
Hold on,
crack
hold on.
open it rather than just open the tap.
When he goes to drink from it and is distracted by drinking, I'd like to cast Purify Food and Drink on it and remove the alcohol from the barrel.
Give me a stealth to see if you could not be caught doing this. It'll be opposed stealth perception.
Well, I only got a 3, so
So everyone sees him cast the spell. For the sake
but do
of
they know what
funny,
it does?
for the sake of funny, you're able to just open up the lid and stick your trunk in. And take a long sip of what is now O'Doul's.
Mm-hmm.
Frex looks at this as like the most amazing way to drink ever. How has he not thought of this before?
So
It is.
after seeing the spell and tasting what he knows is not what he went in there for,
It wouldn't change the flavor.
it always changes the flavor.
You're
guys.
right.
It always changes
It's
the flavor.
magic, but it tastes like garbage.
So then I'm going to pull my trunk back out and spray him in the face with all the beer I just inhaled.
Roll a ranged attack?
Okay, I can do that.
Because why not?
I would just like to say he has disadvantage on that
Why?
because I'm wearing the displacement cloak. Everyone has disadvantage attacking me.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Rolled a 24
Ooh.
and then a 15.
Disadvantage
15
will
does
get him
not
every
do.
time. So you go to
That's okay.
spray it in this tiny turtle's face, and you just
Mhm.
you aim at the face if Nosy was like a medium-sized creature, and it just
Yep.
flies over his head.
Is anyone standing behind Nosy?
No.
That's fine.
However,
don't
with that, when
appreciate
that
what you
spray
did there.
goes over Nosy's shoulder and into the bushes, I'd like all of you to give me another perception check.
Shit. I'm with the beer dinosaur.
19.
21.
Yeah, what is this? Beep, 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 beep. It would be 15.
15? Right. You are not surprised by there are these 6 what look to be winged, very large winged serpentine creatures that burst flying out of the bushes and are headed directly at all of you. I'd like you to roll initiative. And I'll get your initiatives in a second after I have my initiative tracker up. And
This
there's
is a bad sign. I just rolled another natural 20 for initiative.
That's
I would
not
have
good.
such bad rolls in combat.
So, for initiative, anybody but 25 to 20? What'd you get?
Dirty 20.
20 to 15?
19.
19.
15.
All right. Who's got the higher dex between Ulrai and Nosy?
12.
-1. So you.
And then you said 15 wave?
That is correct.
And then what'd you get, Nigel?
11.
All right.
Wow.
Sorry, my stat sheet for these creatures decided to no longer be on my screen.
They also couldn't have surprised us by battle axe of warning.
That is
Y'all
true.
are in 30 feet of me.
You.
You cannot be surprised.
Yep, they would not get a surprise round on you, Wave. I believe it's you or your allies, but I don't know if you consider all these your allies yet.
I should be.
Maybe. Oh, maybe just coworkers. Sorry, contractors.
All right. So up first is Frex. You can see 6 of these serpentine dinosaurs that honestly seem too large to be flying. But essentially, if you were to take a snake and extend out webbed wings out from this snake's body. That is what we're looking at, but dinosaurs.
How far away are they from us?
With your movement, they are within movement.
Let's see.
But I would say they are 50 feet away.
About 50 feet. Okay. I would like to do. No monks. I don't.
Well, you can
I
basically
am
do
going.
anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I am going to attune my because I don't think I had it attuned. My staff of defense that I had in my hand.
You would have had it
Yeah.
attuned long ago.
Okay. And then I am going to cast shield on that.
Okay.
As my action. And that's going to kill one of the charges there. Doot. And then I'm going to, I believe I can use my second.
So
my
with that
second
staff, using it for shield, you can use it as a reaction rather than an action. It's like a wizard casting shield.
Okay. Cool. Then I guess I'm going to attack with my arm blade Kiwa.
Okay.
It's a range. And do. And that would be 21 to hit.
21 to hit?
The one in the center. Just like the one most center.
Okay. 21 to hit, it certainly does. Roll your damage.
Okay, that's going to be 1d. It's going to be 9 piercing damage.
All right. So you see, as Frex quickly springs to action after these large dinosaurs pop out of the surrounding trees and bushes near you, near the food court, definitely waiting for something to set them off to give them a reason to attack, because y'all look yummy. Frex springs into action and loads up a small weapon on his arm that flings basically a short spear out at this dinosaur and stabs into it, and it as it gets hit. I'm bad at dinosaur noises.
I would like to finish my Bahama Mama.
That's a bonus action for you.
Yep.
You down that drink. Anything else with your turn?
No.
All right. Ulrai.
So before I do anything, I'm going to yell at the dinosaurs. Do you live here or are you visiting?
Great. Nosy, because you can understand them, you hear a few of them. Home, 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 not home.
Okay. I'm going to call out to them and say,
It's not your turn.
"Oh well, sorry."
You're just the only one that can understand their response.
Since I just hear dinosaur noises, I'm going to cast a vicious mockery at the one that has already been attacked.
Right? Vicious Mockery, that's a save, yeah?
Yes, Wisdom 16.
All right. Wow, passes. What did you say
So it
in your
works.
Vicious Mockery?
You know what? I am going to give you up. I'm going to let you down. I'm going to make you cry.
You just kind of see flapping in the air that one just... That brings us to Nosy.
Okay. I will call out to them now and say, if you stop there, we won't attack you further.
Give me persuasion or animal handling, whichever is higher.
Definitely animal handling. 23.
23. We will see what they do on their turn.
Okay. In that case, I would like to use my action to cast. Where'd it go? Call lightning.
Great.
And I'm going to hold the casting of the bolt until I see their response.
What
I can.
response?
It says that when I cast the spell, I create a 120-foot area, what have you.
Yep, and
But-
you are outside, so you can.
So I'm going to have that, and it says I can cast a bolt, and I would like to hold that bolt until I'm sure whether or not I know what they're going to do.
You have to give me a more specific trigger than that.
If they do not sit down on their turns, I'm going to cast it on top of them.
Okay. And interestingly enough, it is now their turn after your turn. And you see the one in the middle. We won't attack you, and it starts to do a flyby attack at Frex.
Well, he gets hit with lightning.
That's a dexterity saving throw, I'm assuming?
Yes, 16.
Wow, and passes again. So half damage, I guess? Or is it no damage on a save?
I believe it's half. Double checking. Yeah, half. So
Alright.
half of 17, 8.5.
Well, we round down in this place for damage.
Sad.
I mean, you won't be saying that when it's half damage on you.
Fair.
See as his bolt of lightning strikes, it hits it, and it still continues to fly. And it's going to do a bite at Frex. And that is going to be a dirty 20 to hit. So you are going to take 22 points of damage.
Oof.
Because he was able to fly a good distance. You can see that he put a lot of that flight momentum into hitting you. And then he's going to fly up and out of your way. And about 15 feet ahead of you.
Did the shield take anything off of that?
So if you use your reaction to cast shield, your armor class goes up by 5.
Mm-hmm.
Would that make the dirty 20 miss?
I would be at 21 at that point.
So then if you use your reaction to shield, you will not take that damage.
Is he within 5 feet of me?
Yes.
Because I can also use protection to throw disadvantage on that attack roll.
But if you use your reaction to cast shield, that won't hit.
Never mind.
So Frex, do you cast shield?
I do cast shield.
Then you see instead this dinosaur fly by and try to bite, and there's a pulse of blue arcane energy that comes off of the staff that dissuades it as it flies up and away, probably 15 feet above you and about 20 feet away from you. The others are going to do flyby attacks. Let's see. There's going to be another... What is math? There's going to be another 2 on Frex, 1 on Wave, 1 on Nigel, and 1 on Urai. So I'll roll the 2 on Frex first. Misses. Misses, because that dang shield. It's a good use of magic item. Nigel. That misses. Urai. Does 18 hit you? Alright, then you're going to take that 22 points of damage. And last for wave, that is absolutely missing. So you see all of these dinosaurs in a coordinated flight, kind of fly through, and they take their diving attempts to bite at Frex, and that magical shield is holding strong. Nigel, you're able to parry one of them out of your way with the shield. Wave, you duck out of the way, or kind of slip out of the way of the last one, and one of them is able to sink its teeth into Ulrai, and tear off what feels like it should have been a good chunk of your shoulder, but the magic in your equipment is holding you together as it flies out and away. Next up is Wave. Wave, who's had a silence spell cast upon him.
That's what I let my lovely creatures just tell them. I know they can't hear me, but I love you guys. We'll put you back in your cage. It'll be fine. I swear.
I'm translating all this.
Yeah.
And I'm also gonna cast Silvery Barbs on the. I guess we know which one's the leader.
So Silvery Barbs is a reaction much like Shield. You use it when someone gets hit.
Oh, they gotta go first, huh?
Yeah. So you could have used it on the one that hit Ulrai, but it's a little late for that now.
Sorry about that, Ulrai. Seemed like a good thing to do, and instead I will also let's go with a True Strike cantrip
Okay.
to the head guy because we do know like the one that came first. You know, he's kinda
Yeah,
like
you can still see that one that's been damaged a bit, as well as a bit charred by some lightning.
So I want to see on a True Strike that guy.
All right, the next attack on that one has
And-
advantage.
Awesome.
So you can see, what does your True Strike look like?
I mean, I just put my finger at him and I'm like, hey, you up there. Coming.
So you can see, just for the sake of the magic making sense, all of you can see a small target that appears on the kind of on the right side of this creature, with just a big hit me here neon sign as you
I wanna
activate your
do
True
it.
Strike.
Just wanted to let you go home.
Next up we have Nigel.
All right, and how far away is the one that has the strike?
It is 15 feet up in the air, as well as 30 feet away.
Okay. I'm going to pick up the keg and throw it at it.
Roll. Do you have a javelin on your character sheet?
I have a trident that I can like throw.
Okay. Yeah, with your trident, do that same thrown to hit, but the damage will be different.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll roll to hit. That is a 18.
18 certainly will hit. The damage, we'll call this 3d6.
Okay.
Because it's a big friggin' barrel.
What do you mean?
Your players all have
Alright.
magical weapons, and they throw a frickin' barrel.
It's in the air. I don't want to throw my trident away. 5.
5 points of damage. All right. All right, and that one appears to still be in the air. And that brings us back around to Frex.
The one in the air, is it? If I were to move vertically up a surface, would I be able to reach it?
You With your
Could I-
monk nonsense, you'd be able to jump like off a table and an umbrella, jump up and get a full round of attacks in before falling back to the ground. You could do that because you're a monk and monks can just do stuff.
I is also cat.
Also, yes.
Also cat. Okay, well, I would like to jump up off the table and attack, or the bar, off the umbrella,
Mhm.
off the McDonald's sign, off the and
The
I'd like to
Zigzonald
use
sign.
I'd like to use the Moon Touch sword
Yeah.
and strike at it. 13.
13 just hits.
Okay. Let's see. That would be 10 points of damage.
All right, and this is the one that's already been hit before?
Yep.
All right, so you take that Moon Touch sword and you jump up, and it seems like every time that Frex jumps off of something, he is instead about to just fall onto the ground, but then turns it into being able to still jump and bound up to this creature, and then with a spinning slash slices this one kind of like not quite full bisect, but like diagonal, and slices it, and it falls to the ground and appears to be in two pieces.
I would like to. So I fall to the ground at this point.
Yeah, I would
And-
say with all that acrobatic jumping, you could attack one target multiple times, but not multiple
Yeah,
targets.
yeah. I fall to the ground and I ask Nosy to tell the others, leave, go back to your pens now, or this will happen to you. Go back to your pens.
I do that.
All right, give me another animal handling or an intimidation.
21 animal handling.
21 animal handling. We will see what they do on their turn.
You get back in
But
your
for now-
cages.
It is Urai's turn.
All right, so where are they at this point?
Flying up about 15 feet above you, and about 30 feet away from the main group of you. Frex is now directly underneath them.
I'm going to try Vicious Mockery again on one of the ones still flying.
All right,
Talk some shit.
and that's
Do
a
it.
wisdom of, what was it, 13, 14?
16.
Oh, 16.
16.
What do you say?
I say, I hate you. Your mother hates you. Go to hell.
And you can see one of them, the one that you point these words at, as they're kind of flapping to stay in space, just oh, and then keep flapping. That one seemed to take effect.
All right.
Roll damage.
D4. Uh, 4 damage.
4 damage. All right, 4 damage. Gotcha. All right. Anything else on your turn?
I'm going to give my pal Deloxodon a bardic inspiration.
All right. Nigel, you have a die of bardic inspiration at 10th level. What is that die?
1d10.
Oh, it's a D10 at level 10. Yeah.
Woo!
All right, that brings us around to Nosy's turn.
Just to clarify, the only person who's actually taken damage is our friend the Bard, right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and summon a healing spirit. on
Nope.
top of our good friend the bard. And it's going to take the form of a little glowing turtle that seems to be swimming around the air around you.
Is it a sea turtle?
No, it's like a little pond turtle that's just like, like a little red spiked turtle.
Yeah. Okay, so
Just
you
swimming
see,
through the air.
yeah, just a little, maybe it's a box turtle or a spike turtle, you're not 100% sure
Exactly.
because it's kind of glowing. And it's just kind of through the air, just circling around Ulrai's head.
And you restore
How much?
4. I haven't activated the unicorn.
Donkey.
Yeah. Unicorn's a lot of healing. Anything else with your turn, Nosy?
Um, you would like to hold another lightning bolt. If they do not head directly back to their space on their turn, I'm going to drop it on top of the group, and it's anything within 5 feet of my lightning bolt should have to roll for it.
Gotcha.
And that's my turn.
All right. Then it is their turn. And all of them, flapping there, look toward the one on the ground, look toward Nosy, look toward the one that's still crying, and they start to fly north.
Great work, everyone.
You go to your home. Go to your home. You little bastards.
The one that's on the ground, is he like dead? Like what's its status?
It's pretty dead. When you go to examine its deadness, so to speak, give me a perception check.
11. Great.
11.
I also have healing abilities. Can I use the same?
Yeah. When you go up to check and see if you can keep this one alive, which probably
That's
not.
an 18 perception.
18. With that perception, you do notice that this creature looks gaunt for how it should be when you're closer. It seems lean. Probably like it hasn't eaten since they closed the park. Another thing that you notice, Nosy being closer, and Ulrai, both of you kind of working together to try and piece out what's up with this creature. You notice that you both notice that it's very gaunt, very, very like emaciated almost. And I'd like both of you to give me an Arcana check.
7.
Nothing.
21.
21. Ulrai, there's something weird about the kind of emaciated that this is. And it speaks out to what people have accused of you being a tiefling. There seems to be some necromantic energy that is on this creature. You're not quite sure if it's from just being around some necromancy, or if some necromancy was attempted to be done to it, or if it ate something undead. But there's an aura of necromantic energy around this creature.
I would like to try, given that we see it's emaciated and on the edge of death, could I cast and feed it a good berry?
You can certainly try. Give me a nature check.
15 nature, and I'll expend the spell.
15 nature? Then that brings us to Frex. Did you care if this thing lived or died when you hit it?
I did not.
All right. Then this will come down to a percentile. Holy nutballs. With a 100%, you are able this creature, you slide the good berry into its mouth, and the tear across it starts to magically knit together and mend. It is unconscious on the ground, but you have revived it.
That was so much easier than 300 gold worth of diamonds.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one's going to be okay. We might need to sit with it for a minute or two, but he'll be able to get back to his enclosure.
You will put it in enclosure, or it will fly like the others?
We'll have to see what its state is when it comes to.
How are we escorting these creatures back to their enclosures?
Those ones just flew
Animal
off.
handling?
Yes.
We should probably go lock the door behind those guys once they get in there.
Are they going to the actual pen? Are they following our instructions?
North would be toward their enclosures.
Okay. Where's Fredericks?
You can see he kind of pokes his head up from behind a table. Are we good?
Yes, little terrified child, yes.
Oh, thank God. Can I have another drink?
6 more Bahama Mamas?
Uh-huh.
Don't mind if I do.
And as Frex goes to make more Bahama Mamas that I'm definitely not going to have you roll to see if your characters are drunk later, we are going to take a break. So we'll see what happens when we get back at Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. Hello, everyone. Thank you for that, Shanks. Welcome back to the second half of this one shot that's set at Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. Probably going to be rebranded as Zaddy's Zerian's Zunderful Zoo. It's sometimes you just roll with it.
It's a good name.
So last we left off, y'all had just had a fight with some Quetzalcoatlus. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to say it right. I don't know why I tried. Big old flying snakes. And you were able to send them all back to their enclosure. There's also one that you are resuscitating. That you have learned a little bit of interesting information about right before we broke. Frex made another round of Bahama Mamas for everybody. It looks like the bar is running low on grenadine now. And you have finished another round of drinks. I'll say, for the sake of anything, if you wanted to take a short rest, you certainly can. But also that will take time away from following these flying snakes. What would you like to do?
You are trying to resuscitate Bird Demon?
Well, I've already resuscitated him. He's just, a little unconscious right now. He's alive though.
He bit the never gonna give you up fellow.
I mean, if I go and bite him, do I need to die too?
Do you have rabies?
Does he?
I look at
Give
both
me a
of you
nature
and I
check.
think,
Is this a good time to tell you guys that I have rabies?
18.
18. This dinosaur does not have rabies.
okay.
He does
Well,
not.
Also, you know that Nosy does not have rabies.
Could Nosy bite? Oh, because he doesn't have rabies. Okay. We could. Would you? It's so nice that you're able to talk to such demon creatures. Would you be able to? I don't know. Talk to them. Maybe. Tell them how they escape. I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I'd be more than happy to ask him. Is there a way we could hurry this along? And I'm going to try to wake him up. Maybe, is there like a medicine check?
Yeah, you can certainly try and do a medicine check, yeah.
19.
19. With a 19, you're able
To really just kind of lightly slap it awake, for lack of a better way to describe it.
So you're able to wake them up, and it is now kind of coiled on the ground, looking up at all of you.
At.
Hello. It's okay. It's okay. We're not going to hurt you any further. That was, simply because you bit our friend. That was a mistake.
Hungry.
Oh, yes, of course. Actually, he shouldn't be anymore because he had the good berry. It should have sustained him for the whole day. But I can give him another good berry.
It hasn't registered to him that he is not hungry yet.
Well, maybe just, sit for a moment. Your belly might have a second to digest. Your friends already went home. I just needed to ask you, how did you get out of your enclosure?
Hole. Big hole.
Did you see where the hole came from?
Me?
Big hole.
Big hole. Flying around territory. Open. Flee.
The hole was in the sky.
I'm guessing because they can fly, they probably have like an enclosure or something. So.
Yes, you would know that there's it goes very high. It's a large dome, but there is an enclosure. It's more of a metal net that's kind of suspended on. It's a big old dome net.
So from where we are, approximately how long would it take to get over there?
It's about, if you were to cut through some other enclosures, it would probably take you 35 minutes. But going around and out to their enclosure, it'd probably take you about an hour, hour and a half.
Like,
How-
we're getting through the Great Plains, or which one are we going through?
No, you'd be cutting through the deep jungle section, because their enclosure is with the other carnivores.
Gotcha.
How far away is it, like, as the crow flies? As the dinosaur flies?
They could be there flying, especially flying at their speed, maybe 20 minutes.
I mean, like, literally how far distance?
Brain, I don't know.
Is it within 500 feet, is what I'm asking.
It'd be further than that.
Okay.
So if these demon dinos, if they ended up getting loose because of hole in sky, following them to lock them behind the door would not be useful because they would just fly out the hole again.
Correct.
So should we contact Zaddy? Maybe they have way of plugging a hole. The terrible
That's a good
sentence.
idea.
I apologize. I apologize for that sentence. Let's contact Daddy to plug hole.
With that, I'll take out the sending stone, and
Alright.
I will hand it to Wave, who is most likely able to use, arcane items best.
Yeah, sure, I'll hit up the old Zaddy, as we're calling him now. I don't know about that, but hello there, Zaddy. Got a question for you.
I still don't know if I'm on board with that branding. What is it? What do you need?
You need to fill our hole, Daddy.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a hole in the enclosure.
And we need you to fill it.
We'll repair it.
Which enclosure?
The flying snake guys.
Hey, guys.
Y'all, you all work here. How do you not know names of
I am
demons?
not a guide. I fix things and negotiate deals between keepers and animals.
They're Quetzalcoatls.
They're,
They live in the water, not,
they're Quetzalcoatlus. I had to look it up. Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalkowalski.
Yes, the kids and koalas.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
we have one of them here with us and 5 heading back to Penn.
if there's a hole in the enclosure, there should be materials to repair it by the enclosure.
So are you gonna have maintenance come by and do that, or what?
I mean, once we make sure the rest of the carnivore area is safe.
I
Yeah,
bet you feel pretty foolish sending maintenance home.
look, you gotta understand, if I send maintenance out there and one of the carnivores is out, each of those carnivores could easily dispatch my maintenance people. They are very smart, but they're not very hardy or good in a fight.
What are you
Okay.
here for?
They're very good at repairing things. They're just not good at fighting off, dinosaurs.
Can you rub them down with vegetables so they smell like vegetables?
Then veggie dinosaurs will be after them.
Yeah, let's go with that's the reason why, and not at all
Yeah.
because that wouldn't work at all.
Yes, they will smell like delicious turnips and various leaves, and ooh, yum yum.
What about quinoa?
Ooh,
Nobody
yum.
like that.
No one likes quinoa.
I was thinking okra, but everybody likes that.
So is there any other reason you called other than to ask where the supplies were to repair that hole?
Well, could you help us out in doing? Could you? Because we are trying to keep them in fence. Like, is there some way to keep them there while we handle the other escaped dinosaurs? Other than like, you know, honor scout?
Nah, the enclosure and knocking them unconscious is about all we got.
Could you knock them unconscious in enclosure?
I mean, I can't. Not from here.
I aside to Fredericks. Zaddy is not very useful.
I mean, he is in his office right now. Like, really, if you'd want to do anything to them, you'd have to be near them for a lot of magic.
That's why he hired us.
Yes, but that's also why he send other people home. He not make good plan. That's all I say. That's all I say.
He doesn't listen to me, so I don't know what to tell you. I
I'm
can
beginning
hear
to
all of
understand.
this through the sending stone right now.
I am beginning to think why you are very disgruntled.
Wait, Frederick's disgruntled?
That's why he let all the
Frederick.
dinosaurs.
Frederick read all the dinosaurs out? No, I didn't. I swear, I didn't let anything
he was
out.
gonna show you.
Well, he allegedly.
I didn't do
He said
anything.
he was gonna show you.
I didn't do anything, I promise. I had plans for ways to upgrade the park. You had plans to upgrade the park and you didn't tell me? You could have just come to my office and told me. But you're just always busy and you never really listen to my suggestions, and that's because the suggestions cost me a lot of money. We're getting off track. Have you figured out why?
Can I just say, may I mediate? This would be a good time to go through human resources for said issues. You know. Like, so that way Frederick feels empowered to say his ideas, and then you feel empowered to receive ideas, Daddy. Don't you
Zaddy,
like
which one of your kids runs HR?
None of my children work here. I thought we established this.
All right, but what about your child, the head of security org?
He's not my child.
I
He's
make
a
no
former
judgments.
And
Yeah, he's a former child.
his
A ghost.
he's not a former no, that as head of security, he deals with making sure that visitors don't get in to the enclosures.
He's doing a very bad job.
Well, I mean, people aren't getting in, but the dinosaurs are getting out.
Yeah, so it's all one big enclosure.
Whose job is it to stop the other way from happening?
A little bit of maintenance, a little bit of the design team, a little bit of the caretakers. It's kind of everyone working together.
Turtle man. Your Fae, are they able to pick up hammer and board?
Oh,
And-
they can do many things. Could you clarify what you mean?
Could they fix fence? They
Not in the way you would want them to.
now I'm curious.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, which way would they do it?
So, like, let's say there was a fire. They would fix it by making it a better fire.
That's not really fixing
Dig
it.
a hole.
So would they make it a better hole?
They very might well, yes. They might put
Zaddy-
some like nice designs on the sides, like
Zaddy, how do you feel about bigger hole?
My hope is that there isn't. There's not supposed to be. Look, you can find patching materials to fix the hole by the enclosure. That's a thing that I was very adamant about with our design team that I didn't want, but it has come in handy now. For this exact instance. I thought it was a waste of money, but obviously it is not.
If the hole's up in the sky, how do we get to it?
Climb?
Scaffolding?
I mean, there isn't any in place right now.
So climb the net.
Do your. This is for the employees. Do you actually do jobs here? Do you
It depends
actually
what you
do-
mean by jobs.
like
it-
you two seem like you do things, but security does not seem like they do things. Maintenance does not seem like they do things. I just don't understand.
Don't usually have holes in our enclosures.
Friedrich seems like the only person who does stuff around here, and he just lets dinosaurs out.
I didn't let
Yeah.
any dinosaurs out. I don't know why you keep saying this.
Frederick, it's confirmed. You let dinosaurs out.
I didn't
alright?
let any dinosaurs out. I didn't. Oh my god. At home, I need to let. I forgot to
What
let my
is
dogs out.
You took dinosaurs home?
No, dogs. I have regular pets.
So Segwaysaurus, what do you mean by what? Why do you mention your dogs?
No, I
Is
just-
your home?
We were talking about things getting let out, and I realized that I didn't let them out.
I find it suspicious that we were just accusing you, and then you talk about dogs as to divert
Well,
topics.
you made me think about things that I didn't let out, like the dinosaurs that I didn't let out. I also didn't let my dogs out, and I kind of need to do that because they're going to poop inside.
Very
Wait,
convenient.
so you're on your way to let your dogs out, just like you let the dinosaurs out.
I didn't let the dinosaurs out.
So, in being a bad owner of dogs makes you bad
Okay,
owner of
I forget to put them
dinosaurs?
out in the yard one day because there's kind of a big thing happening at work. I'm sorry that I'm not happy with a partner or two that I could just be there and have also with me at home to help carry the burden of taking care of these pets on one day.
I pass another Bahama Mama over
He
to
just
Frederick.
chugs it.
It's okay. It's okay. No one blames you for deaths of 35 people. No one blames you.
Well, either way, we really need to go work on that fence before they get back out. So you guys can keep talking to Zaddy. I'm gonna head over and start working on fixing that. It's my job.
Okay. Do we
Uh,
have like a yeep of some sort that we could take, a cart that we could take to get there faster?
It wouldn't really be faster, because you'd have to go back out. You'd have to go back to the cart at the main entrance that you did not bring to the food court.
Which of the dinosaurs are for riding?
I mean, you could try to tame like a triceratops or something in the Great
We could
Plains. It would take some time, but you could go for it.
Which one
Okay.
does Patty ride?
He doesn't.
Which
First thing I
dinosaur
do
do
if
you...
I put a dino to.
Zaddy, which dinosaur do you ride to work on? Tell us now.
Don't. I travel by
Zaddy.
cart.
Zaddy, if you ain't plugging holes and you ain't riding, what do you do?
Not living.
What do? I oversee as much of this park as I can. I have the idea. I also put on a great show in the visitors hall when, people are actually here and able to visit safely. I'd like all of you to give me perception checks.
Yeah. 15.
23.
8.
Dirty 20.
So all of you with a 15 or higher. It's at this point that you notice that Nosy is already a good, 150 feet down the path away from you. Heading toward the enclosure.
Okay, we should probably catch up to Nosy.
Probably need some help fixing that thing.
Yes.
There.
Frederick, I see you have more courage now. That's cool.
I didn't let those dinosaurs out.
Okay, little buddy.
And he makes his way. He
I put Frederick on my back.
yep. Guess I'm here now.
Oopsie daisy.
All right. And so Nosy, were you traveling along the main path to get around there, or were you gonna cut through the jungle enclosure?
I'm going through the jungle enclosure.
All right. So you're all trudging through this jungle enclosure. I'd like Nosy, because you're leading the way. I'd like you to give me a nature check.
23. Almost a 20.
23. Combined with your knowledge of how the creatures are here, as well as just your knowledge of the creatures that are here, and your knowledge of the terrain itself, you're able to avoid some of the, we'll say, less safe omnivores that are around here in this area. And all of you hit this point about 20 minutes in, I'd say. Heading through this jungle, following Nosy's lead, that is, well, expertly winding your way through. You hit a point where you are left with a choice. You can either try to sneak through the area that Nosy and Wave are aware have a number of giant snapping turtles, or you can take the rope bridge and vines to swing across up top that the prehistoric great apes, it was made for the prehistoric great apes to have a bit of exercise as well as easy transversal around this jungle.
So, guys, your choices are between some giant turtles or an area we designed to make giant apes highly mobile.
I mean, turtles, right?
Yeah, I've got to go turtles on that one.
Turtles have
Now,
no thumbs.
Wait. You've been working here a while. You have like special relationships with either of these like packs of animals, since you could talk to them.
I like to think that I do, but not enough that I can convince them not to eat a tasty snack.
Okay.
But aren't you kind of turtle?
Yes, but again, you're not, and you look like a tasty snack.
I am
Snapping turtles will happily eat a cat.
I am Flex. I am Tabaxi. I'm not cat.
I just meant this by an example, my friend.
Alright. It's okay. I forgive.
Always safer by the water. I say we go with the turtles.
Yeah. I'm a rope bridge guy, personally.
Said the elephant.
Did you just say you're a rope bridge guy?
No, I said I'm not a rope bridge guy.
Oh, okay. Like, either way, awesome.
The
Either way.
ricketier, the better.
All right. So you head down into kind of further into the jungle basin. You know that after you cross this small area, you'll be able to get back up and onto the curved path after you go through a gate that Nosy and Wave have keys for. Because this part of the enclosure seems to be well locked in as far as you've seen. And you'll be able to get up onto the path right before the section carves away for the carnivore exhibits.
Are there any staff buildings out here where we might be able to gather additional supplies? Like
There
maybe some sort
are-
of tranquilizer or something?
There might be a few, but they are right up next to the path. So you could there's definitely going to be one after you pass through this gate back up onto the path, but you have to get there first.
Gotcha.
So you see this wide open area. There's a small river that rolls through it that at the largest part is about gets to be about 60 feet wide. The depth, you're not 100% sure, but you know it's not more than 20 feet at the deepest. And you can see large sets of trees and bushes to keep all the dinosaurs comfortable. However, there are large open spaces as well to make sure that they are visible. So stealthing might be tough, but it's doable. How would you like to proceed?
Is the water where the turtles are? Are there creatures in this water?
Yeah, you would know working here that the giant turtles that you have here, the giant snapping turtles, they are proper amphibian, proper reptile. And so they are just as home in this river as they are on land. Think less of a snapping turtle and more like a turtle hippopotamus.
Terrifying.
Like they still look like snapping turtles, but as far as their mobility on land as well, hippopotamus. As well as size,
I probably
hippopotamus.
couldn't freeze this water with my shape water because there's creatures in it.
That is correct.
Me personally, I can move on stealth, but I'm looking at Fredericks, and he is bumbly fellow.
Hey, he says, still on Nigel's shoulders.
You know, yes, I wonder how to proceed.
Well, if we would like to, I could always summon a creature on the far side of the water to, shall we say, cause a large splash and distraction, and we could hurry along the other side.
I like this plan, like a distraction of some sort.
Or I can make up to 4 people invisible. So if we have 2 people willing to not be invisible, I can make the rest of you invisible.
I have good stealth skills. If we decided to do that route, I would volunteer not to be invisible.
I would also volunteer to not be invisible. I don't have the greatest stealth, but went home by the water. They'll be fine.
I am not very stealthy, so I would appreciate being turned invisible.
I'm stealthier than I look, but I won't say no.
Frederick, would you like to be invisible?
Sure would.
Especially after letting out all these dinosaurs, I can let this yet.
I didn't let out the dinosaurs.
It's okay, little guy.
You see him, he's almost resigned and just, like, you see what might be the start of a single tear. I didn't let out the dinosaurs.
We have gaslit the shit out of this man.
I pat him on the head with my trunk.
Okay, so there is distraction and there is invisible. Could we do both?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Better safe than turtle dinner.
That's a saying. Put that on a t-shirt.
Well, let me know when you're ready and we can do this.
I'm ready.
Nope.
Lex is always ready.
All right.
Okay. Then with that, I'm going to take out a small tan bag and pull something out of it and hurl it about 20 feet.
Yep. Which basically randomly generated something are you hoping for?
I'm just hoping it's on the higher number end so that it's something that can distract the creatures for more than one turn.
Let's see. Give me a moment to pull up that table.
I can send it to you if you need it.
It won't take me more than a couple clicks.
It's
What are the
tan
rest
bag.
of you doing while I look this up?
I am going to use my Folklukan Bandore and cast invisibility at a level 5 so that all 4 of us can be invisible.
All right. Wait, did that tooltip said that you roll a 1 on that? Say
It did, but you're clearly the one rolling it, not me.
I mean, you've already rolled, so
So it's a jackal.
yeah. So you see Nosy reach into this bag and pull. Let's see how far you can throw it.
20 feet.
Yeah. So you see 20 feet out to your kind of left at the edge of the river. Nosy pulls what is first the small ball of fur. As he throws it through the air, it starts to elongate, grow legs and a snout, keeping its same brown kind of mottled fur. And then a jackal lands on the edge. And it looks a bit confused for a moment. Right as Ulari plays and turns. Who all was being invisible again?
Everyone except for Wave and Frex.
That's right. Right as you all turn invisible, you see out of the water, crocodile-esque, this jackal just get snapped up. And you can see a rush of movement towards that jackal. Your distraction has worked. For how long, we're not sure. I need a group stealth check. Everyone that is invisible has advantage.
27.
16.
That's a nat. That's a nat 20.
You!
Duh. Yeah. Non-invisible folk. Getting it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I only got a 10.
Some
Okay.
great rolls and that invisibility coming up clutch.
Seriously.
And so you all are able to, with not too much effort, there's a time where Frex, as you're taking the lead on this, being pretty stealthy, you and Olari both are like pushing things out of the way that you know the rest of the group is gonna step on. And as you all as a group work to get over to the edge through this jungle, I need you to give me a perception check as you're on your way through. You've definitely stealthed enough that you'll be able to get back up to the path, no problem.
All of us or the leaders?
All of you.
25.
22.
I
18.
gotta stop rolling these real dice. I gotta
Natural 20, 28.
Jesus. All right. All of you that rolled an 18 or above, you see something very strange as you're passing through this enclosure. Now, you can absolutely stop and do more with this, or you can just head up to the path. As of now, you have secured that you'll be able to get up to the path without being noticed for sure.
What do we see that's so strange?
You see, lumbering around in the underbrush, 2 zombies.
Humanoid zombies?
You see one with how great y'all rolled at perception, you can see that one looks to be an elven woman and another a half-elven, probably young adult. It's hard to say with elves and half-elves and ages.
What are they doing?
Currently, they're just shambling. You don't have you don't have like time to watch them really. This is a like as you're moving through, you notice, and this is a moment to make a choice to do something or not.
Just a quick question. As I got a natural 20 and I work here, do I recognize them as employees?
No.
Okay.
They are not.
Interesting. That's even more interesting to me that they're not. Guys, they don't work here. Those could be part of the perpetrator group or something else.
Should we kill? Should we dispatch them?
How close are they to the turtles?
They're about, like, if you were to draw a line between you and the turtles, they are smack dab in the middle of it, 60 feet.
Damn it.
How far are we away from the zombies?
60
60.
feet. The
Oh,
turtles are
60 feet.
120 feet away from you.
Okay.
This enclosure is also one that's open. We can't lock them into the enclosure with the turtles.
I mean, as far as you've seen going through this enclosure, there isn't an exit, or not an exit. There isn't a breach. And give me a moment to pause again because my headphones have died. Be back in a jump cut. So after seeing these two zombies as you're on your way out, you can see that they are 60 feet away from you, and that is a direct line 120 feet to the turtles. As far as the number of turtles that you see, let me check my notes. There are 3.
Do we know if the zombies are heading towards the turtles?
Right now, they're kind of heading in a diagonal. So, like, I wish I had the time to make maps for this, but I don't. So, if you're here and the turtles are here, the zombies are heading down to my armpit.
So they're just going like perpendicular to everything.
Yeah.
So we could wait until they're in a more advantageous position where we're less likely to be noticed by the turtles while we deal with them. Or we could try to hit them before the turtles notice them and the problem solved itself.
But
I think we leave them.
We
here
will
is-
lose any evidence they have with them, assuming they are part of the perpetrators, though.
That's fair. That's fair.
What
Also-
if I cast Entangle to keep the zombies where they're at?
Would that alert the turtles?
Good question.
Because then they're just locked down snacks.
Right.
But also, who is to say that turtles eating the zombies wouldn't turn them into like zombies?
Give me,
Yeah.
everyone that just heard that question, give me an Arcana check.
10.
5.
13.
Anybody that got a 10 or above, you know that eating zombie flesh, while unpleasant, will not turn anything into a zombie.
Okay, just say.
No.
Good to know. You know, we don't know not know rules. Particulars. I do not know.
Really glad we don't have like Resident Evil rules here. That would be bad.
Or 28 days later rules.
Oh, exactly.
Running zombies is just like nah. Cheating.
No fast zombie.
But we do know that if they bite us, we turn it.
Yes.
Give me another Arcana check.
12.
17.
So,
That's
13.
a dirty 20.
so anyone with a 15 or higher, you know that while it is possible to get to become a zombie if a zombie bites you, it is not a for sure thing. You have to, there's a particular, it's called a disease, but it's really a curse that can be contracted, but it's pretty low likelihood. Those of you that rolled a 10 or above, but not a 15, know that sometimes it happens. You're not really sure why. And anybody that rolled below a 10, Yeah, if they bite you, you're a zombie.
Question: What do this is maybe too meta, but like, what do they weigh? Like, what would it take to pick one of these guys up?
More than a catapult spell.
If I summoned an air elemental, could it go over and pick one or both of them up? They have 18
With
strength.
which summoning spell? Because that actually is important.
4th level summon elemental.
Absolutely.
We want them.
There could be evidence on them.
Yeah.
And especially if you bring them over here and then we can entangle them, seems fairly safe.
Okay, well then I will cast a little gust of wind that way and summon an air elemental and say, go pick them up and bring them back to me.
All right. With the air elemental stats, I need 2 athletics checks.
From its stats? Okay.
Yes. Gonna have the zombies oppose.
That would just be, I guess, you said athletics, right?
Yeah, if there isn't anything there, strength.
This is a d20 plus strength. $12.
Roll 1 for each.
$14.
We got the 12 and the 14. So the air elemental does pick one of the zombies up. However, the other evades its grasp. This air
And-
elemental now has one zombie in its hands, and I believe you were saying it was commanded to drop the zombie by the turtles?
It was supposed to bring it back to me.
Oh, bring it back to you. All right. So this air elemental has a zombie in its hands and is headed back toward all of you. I would like all of you to roll initiative at this point.
Or it's supposed to give it back to us about the time we're reaching the path in my mind, but like it could just bring it back sooner.
No, this is for the timing of that happening. We are now in combat as far as the zombies and you are concerned.
Fair enough.
That's insane.
I rolled a 6, so we go on last again.
Ten.
Give me a second to get everything set up again. Did I think that combat with these zombies was going to happen like this? Absolutely not.
You're welcome.
Bring 'em to us? Like, what do you mean?
You've never had air delivered zombie before?
No.
It's a whole new
so-
Amazon product.
Anybody? 25 to 20. No one. Cool. 20 to 15.
19.
18 for Frex. Anybody else?
Oh, no.
15 to 10?
10.
What
10.
Nigel get?
10.
Okay, who's got the higher dex between Nigel and Ulari?
12.
17.
Alright, Nigel and then Ulari.
My name is Ulrai. Thank you.
10 to 5?
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Jesus.
Doing great. Doing great.
Right. Oh, and I gotta roll for the turtles too, because they heard this.
Wondered about that.
Turtles are real slow. Don't worry about the turtles.
Just say,
So at this point, the air elemental has grabbed and started to lift one of the zombies. The other one was able to evade. They are 60 feet away from you. The gate is another 60 feet that way away from you. I'm just making everything a nice round 60, 60, and 60 because that's easy for my brain. So if you want to try and quickly get out of the enclosure, that's 60 feet.
If we make it to the outside before the elemental gets back to us, it won't drop the zombie until we're back there.
Yeah, because you did give it the command to bring it back to you and drop it. So if it doesn't get back to you, it doesn't drop it yet. So first up is Frex.
So what we're thinking, run. Like,
That's option one. Just option one.
I am going to start making my way towards the exit, like taking a little position a little bit further ahead. And then
How much of your movement are you going to use?
mm,
'Cause you can get almost all the way there. You're a
yeah,
monk.
pretty much. Yeah. I'm gonna get halfway.
Okay, so you're going to go just a good 30, and then
I
What?
am going to get my Iwa arm blade at the ready. And I'm going to train it on the zombie,
which one? The one that's held or the one on the ground?
the one that is held.
Okay. And you're going to attack if...
I'm going to attack if it's once it is dropped, it starts moving towards one of our people.
All right. Cool. That brings us to Nigel.
Okay, I'm going to move 30 feet towards the exit. And then I'm going to shoot the zombie that was not picked up with my longbow.
Okay, roll to hit.
20. Dirty 20.
That sure does. Roll damage.
8.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
8. 5 plus 3.
I still didn't catch that.
8.
3 more than 5.
Got it. 8. Thank you.
Oh, show.
I don't know why, but the program was just completely cutting it every time you said 8. And it blurred your hands, Brain, so I couldn't count them. Alright. So you knock an arrow, fire, it lodges into this zombie who is well aware of your presence now. Would you like to make a second attack at it? It's still standing.
It's still standing? Okay. Then I am going to... Yeah, I'll attack it again with a longbow.
Alright, roll to hit.
19. And 9 damage.
Alright. So this second arrow flies in, it hits that zombie, and it looks like that zombie is about to fall apart. And then it rears its head back up and at you.
Is it moving around in a way that might distract the turtles?
I mean, it doesn't really have time to move yet.
Like, to flail it a little bit or something? Alright, we'll find out.
We'll see what happens if it gets to the turtle's turn. Anything with a bonus action?
I don't believe so. No, I'm good.
All right. Ulatari.
All right, so I'm gonna run 30 feet towards the exit, as my compadres have done, and then I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter at the zombie that's on the ground.
Tasha's Hideous Laughter at the zombie. All right.
Good way to make it
What
loud.
save is that?
Wisdom 16.
It fails. So you see this zombie without really the proper facilities to make real sounds, it's standing there. You can see like part of this elven woman zombie at the stomach, the innards are kind of falling out, and you just see this as she just stands there and convulses in what, Ulari, you can assume is laughter, but it doesn't sound great.
Truly hideous laughter.
Anything with a bonus action?
Um, nothing with my bonus action this time, but at the end of each of its turn, it makes another wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, at
And
the end of
then-
its
okay.
turn,
All right.
not yours.
Right. That's it for me.
So it is now the zombie's turns. The zombie in the air elemental's arms is going to try another escape. So I'll need an opposed athletics again from the air elemental. Don't worry about rolling that.
Too late.
Unless you also rolled a natural one.
I didn't. So good.
Still held. The other one that is laughing. What was the wisdom save?
16.
One more time.
16.
16? Fails. So it is still doing that not nice at all to hear laughter. But it is still held there. That brings us to Wave.
Well, just to recap, y'all three ran closer to the door. I'm still 60 feet away from the original zombie. And the one that's being carried toward us is within feet.
It's 60 feet. It has not moved yet. It will move next turn on Nosy's turn with the air elemental.
Is it within 5 feet of the other?
Technically, yes.
Ooh, I would like to try to acid splash those zombies.
All right. Acid splash away. Is it a saving throw on their part, or is it a roll to hit on yours?
Save Dex 12, attack / save Dex 12.
All right. The one that is under hideous laughter automatically fails, but taking damage does break the hideous laughter. The one being held is at disadvantage and also fails.
So
What's the damage?
1d6 acid. There's a 2. And a 6.
Would this also help hit my elemental?
It would, but for the sake of it being an elemental, no.
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna say the rule of simpler. No, it does not.
I like that rule. In this case.
You're able to splash acid on both of these zombies. Let's see. Doop. And they both look like they're about to fall apart. You can see the little bits of arcane necromantic energy in the sockets where their eyes were start to flicker and dim like they're about to go out and then flare back up. These zombies are still, well, not alive, but undead still. They're not dead.
And I'm also going to move the 30 feet halfway to the other door. See what.
All right.
Okay.
And now we get to these big old turtles' turn. Oh wait, no. The air elemental's turn, and Nosies.
The other turtle.
Yeah.
In my case, I'm going to take the dash action and move the full 60 feet to the path.
Nice. So you're up to the gate.
Yes, which I will unlock for my compatriots, what have you.
Yep, you can do that with a free object interaction for sure.
And
As
then I'll order my elemental to move. If they can move the full 80 feet, they can't. Then to do that. If they can't, then 40.
Yep, they absolutely completely can. So the air elemental flies. Actually, wait, because they're dragging something else with it, it is half movement. So they'd move 40 with their regular movement. But they could take the dash action, because technically it doesn't take an action to keep a hold of something you are already holding.
Well, let's have them move as far as they can.
All right. As far as they can, it could move 20 feet out into the middle of the path outside of the enclosure.
Let's have it just catch up to me at the door then.
Okay. This air elemental, still holding a zombie, is with you at the gate.
Well, wait, shouldn't it be 120 feet? Because it was 60 to us and 60 to the door.
You're right. I'm math wrong. You're right.
So it's 2/3 the way.
Yep. You're right.
Okay.
I was doing the math from you getting to the gate, not... Yep. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So we will have him move most of the, or them move most of the way to the gate.
Okay.
But they're still floating in the air, just past where anyone who moved 30 feet would be. Or
Gotcha.
just short of.
Yep. All right. That brings us to the turtles. They are turtles. They heard this. They're curious about this. They move their full movement and dash, and they are where the zombies were. That brings us back around to Frex.
Okay. I am going to head to the gate.
The gate, which is open right now.
And I am also. Am I able to hit the elf, the female elf zombie with a range attack at this distance?
Yes, you could.
And book it. Let's do it.
Roll to hit.
18.
That hits. Roll damage.
That would be a 8.
8 damage. All right. And you're flinging your Ikawa, yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah?
He said yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Now that
sorry.
Now that my headphone is charging, it's harder to hear you.
Yes.
So you fling the short spear off of the launcher that's on your arm, and it sinks deep into this zombie's falling apart abdomen, and then you can see the arcane energy in its eyes flicker, and then it falls over and appears to be fully dead.
Nice shot.
Thank you. So I'm at the gate. And the turtles now would be 60 feet away from us?
If you're at the gate, then yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to cast fear on the turtles.
That is another
Wait,
action
the
this
turtles are
turn,
at
so
the
you
zombie
cannot.
space?
I get 2 actions per turn.
No, you get 2 attacks per attack action.
Oh, that
Yeah.
would make sense. Okay.
To correct, if the turtles are now at the zombies, they're 120 feet away.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck them then. Over here.
They're
Come
turtles.
on,
They ain't
here.
move fast. They might be
Come
big
on,
old
here.
turtles, but they ain't fast.
I'm gonna reload the Yikawa, and keep the other trained on that zombie still.
Okay.
The one in the air.
All right. That brings us to Nigel.
All right, I'm gonna head over towards the exit, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Get myself and Frederick over to the exit, and then chill.
Great. You've gotten yourself and Frederick out of the enclosure.
Cool.
That'll bring us to Ulari.
I'm going to move the rest of the way to the exit, and then I'm going to hold my action so I can use Entangle whenever it drops the zombie.
Gotcha. That'll bring us to the zombie, and it's in the air elemental's arms. It's gonna try and escape again, so another athletics check.
Letting you go first.
That's a whole 9.
I also rolled a 9, but it has a +4, so a 13.
Zombie is still held. And it used its action to try and break out, so that the zombie's nothing. Wave.
Right. That's me. So I think I want to throw a hand axe at this guy. But I don't have a 60-foot range. I lost the math. Are we close enough to?
I mean, if you're throwing at the zombie that's in the air elemental's arms, it is close enough to you that you can throw that.
Is it close enough to me? I can hit it with my battle axe. It's not that close.
It's 40 feet away. I don't know how far in the air it is. So if it's easy math, it's 40 feet.
Yeah. We don't deal with Pythagoras here. It's 40 feet.
Exactly.
So throw my hand axe at that zombie in the air.
Roll to hit.
11 plus 6, 17.
That hits. Roll damage.
Ooh. 1d6 plus 2. 5, 6, 7.
This hand axe plunges directly into the chest of this zombie, and while it's still being held with this air elemental, now with this axe in its chest, you can see the arcane energy in its eyes blink out.
That's
It is
easy.
no longer a shambling corpse, it is a corpse.
Well, any evidence it had will be carried with it. So good job. Nice shot. Throw.
Oh, we were going to talk to this thing. Was that the plan?
Well, we were gathering evidence from it, but evidence from a zombie is mostly physical.
I mean,
right.
for all intents and purposes, y'all are out of combat, unless you want to turn around and fight those turtles for some reason.
No, I mean they're where they're supposed to be, right?
At my turn, I was going to have the door just be shut because I think everyone's through it now. So that was all I was going to do.
Yeah, is there a giant hole in the roof that we need to worry about on this?
Not for this enclosure, no.
Okay, all right. I don't know.
And the turtles are where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, and I'm fine leaving the turtles.
Lock them in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Slam
you're
that
all
door
back.
shut.
Yeah, you're all back out on the path. The gate is shut and locked. And you can see a small gatehouse nearby.
Do we have zombie corpse with us?
In the air elemental's hands still. Because y'all haven't quite stopped moving. When you stop moving, the air elemental is just going to get up to you and drop it.
Do we go to the gatehouse and check out a zombie?
Yes.
All right.
Sounds good.
As you pile into the gatehouse, I'm going to make another jump cut to try to get my headphones working again. And we're back. So, what happened? There was a big computer crash of mine, so we lost about an hour and 25 of what happened in the story, which we will try to recap for you now. Unless I can somehow salvage that video footage, and then you won't see this recap at all. Let's see what happens. So, last we were in the gate station. they had examined this re-dead zombie body, as well as the air elemental had flown off to fix the Quetzalcoatl's enclosure. The party then had a long talk with Frederick and Zaddy about the nature of these zombies being here. Zaddy was able to convince the party that he mostly didn't know anything about these zombies happening, and this zombie information was new. The party then talked to Frederick a lot about the possible concept of this being Zaddy's doing, as well as what he could gain from the entire zoo being shut down, as well as the life insurance policies on the people that worked here, as well as the insurance policy on the park itself. It was learned that while Zerian was making some solid money, that we then needed to remind the party of the nature of how exponentially broken money is in Dungeons and Dragons, that nothing quite made sense. It all almost made sense, and there was some pieces missing. Eventually, the party needed to, through conversations with Zerian, needed to get back to search R&D. And they knew something was wrong and something was off, but they needed to check R&D to figure it out. In the meantime, Nosy took the form of a hawk, as a druid, took the form of a hawk and flew to check on the other carnivore enclosures. One suspiciously empty enclosure. The star attraction of the zoo, Big Rexy, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Armed with this knowledge, Nosy flew back to the party before they confronted Zerian to then check R&D. Through a bit more of conversation, it was decided that people needed to check around a little bit before actually getting to Zerian and getting to R&D. They hatched a plan with Frederick, who they completely made Frederick understand that just being a cog in the wheel of capitalism is a mistake, and although he's been making this mistake a long time, he needs to make a new choice for his well-being. After getting a sword from the party and forming a plan, the party distracted Zerian for a moment while Frex and Frederick went to search HR for information. The information that was under lock and key in HR was a lot of family records, a lot of distant family records, and under closer inspection, it was found that specifically Waves and Nosy's records had a lot of notation saying that things were important. This still didn't bring up any full answers. While the rest of the party was with Zerian, slowly going to R&D, as Frex and Frederick were sneaking up behind Zerian, the lights turned on by Nosy in the warehouse. The sense of smell in Nigel, which I didn't mean to rhyme, but here we are. Following his nose, his trunk, Nigel started to head further into the warehouse. And the back doors of the warehouse burst open right as Frex was in the middle of giving Frederick an impressively convincing pep talk. And the remains of Big Rexy, reanimated, burst through those doors, and the fight began. Nigel climbed up onto Big Rexy and started to stab at it with his trident, which, if any of you are artists, we still please really want you to draw this moment where we have a skeletal T-Rex, an elephantine fighter, climbing up onto its back with a magical trident, spearing this skeletal zombie Rex in the hip. And that is where we got to in combat. I have taken 5 minutes to summarize an hour and a half, and my heart hurts for losing all of that. That being said, from where we were after the crash, Rex, it is your turn.
I hear the giant crash. I hear a bunch of stuff going on. So I just decide I'm in the hallway outside, correct?
Yeah, my expertly done drawing before the crash.
Yep.
You are
Okay,
here.
I'm that. All right. And Zerian is that Z?
Yes.
I'm going to go right for the door, and I am going to spend one of my key points to do a jumping kick attack at the doors and just blow the fucking doors off.
Oh, the doors are already open.
Okay, I'm just going right for that guy, that guy's head.
All right. With that jumping kick attack, I'm assuming you need to roll to hit, and then I need to roll a save of some kind.
That would be correct. Hold on here. So, so I guess this would be a unarmed strike. Spending a key point. Give me my things. Oh, the traits and features. Let's see. DC save is 13.
All right. What kind?
Does not say. Key save is. I mean, it's well. So all the key points are related to bonus action. Do I have to wait for that then?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm just gonna fucking unarmed strike right to the temple.
Then roll to hit.
That would be 22.
That'd be 22. So as you go in to punch at him, you are right there. Actually, this would still be an advantage. So roll that, because this is a surprise for you.
Yeah, 14.
Okay. He's going to use his reaction to cast shield. So you come up to punch, and he is almost not ready. But because of the nature of D&D in turns and rounds, he still gets a reaction for this. And a wave of deep purple arcane energy comes up in between you and him. Now I thought you were burying our friend. What would you like to do with the rest of your turn?
Let's see here. I would like to. Does his shield strike against it's still up, like the shield is up?
Yes. How shield
Okay.
works, you cast it and it boosts your AC by 5 for until your next round.
Okay, I am going to go with Flurry of Blows, and I am going to spend 1 key point for that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to do that. That would be 23.
23? 23 hits.
All right. That is going to be 11.
11
I'm
points
sorry,
of damage?
9. No,
Oh,
9. Sorry,
9.
apologies.
All right. Come on, computer. Mark down the things. All right. Anything else for you? Because monks do a million things.
I want to yell to the rest of the party. It appears that Zaddy It appears that Zaddy has. I'm doing full RL apology. It would appear that Zaddy here is very interested in lineages of Wave and Nosy. And that's when I throw that's when I have the scroll in my hand that lineages.
All right. Interesting. Okay. Next up is Wave.
I'm gonna turn to Zaddy and tell him it's time. I've controlled this place long enough. He never even liked the dinosaurs. Such a shame. And for that, I'm going to use a second level spell slot and cast Shadow Blade.
All right. Just for the sake of flavor, what kind of blade is your shadow blade?
It's a longsword.
So you see Wave, after saying this, hold his hand up high, and then as he closes his grip, pure darkness forms into the shape of what is the perfectly symmetrical longsword. Is it fancy? No. Does it have any kind of extra frills other than being made of pure darkness? No. But it is, in that simplicity, perfect. Anything else you'd like to do?
I think I'm far enough away. I gotta throw it. I'll toss it at him.
Yes, you would.
Let's give her a chuck.
Roll to
Look at
hit.
Zaddy. 13. Is there a plus on this guy?
It should be your proficiency and your dex if you're throwing it.
Okay, plus 3, 16? 16?
Does not hit.
Asked.
Alright.
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to cause the sword to reappear in my hand.
Great. That brings it around to Rex and Zerian's turn. Rexy is going to... Rexy's got this elephant on her. She's
Poor
going to
puppy.
turn around. Aw, she can't take both attacks against the same target. That's no fun. She's going to turn around and try and bite you.
Okay.
And that
Can I
is...
now cast Silvery Barbs?
You absolutely can. That makes me roll at disadvantage, as well as you get to give advantage on a roll to someone else. This does use your reaction until your next turn.
Okay.
But if you'd like to do it, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's
Alright.
do it.
That's good. Yeah, you took away a natural 20 and turned it into a 21.
Big stuff.
It would have been a crit. It would have been a crit.
Yeah,
It is now
okay.
a 21 to hit.
Okay.
But anyone else want to use a reaction to try and make that not hit?
I got shield.
That's only on
that-
yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, Silvery
Can
Barbs
I
is
cast
really the
Silvery
only
Barbs
one.
as well. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Silvery Barbs.
All right, I'll see if I roll lower. I did not. But you do both get to give out advantages to other people to use, so please do that now.
Yes, Elephant Man.
That's
Thank
smart.
you.
Nosy, I'm gonna give mine to you since I think you're up next.
So
And
your next,
I can
both of
only-
you, your next D20 rolls are at advantage. Because Silvery Barbs
Cool.
is a great spell. Sometimes. So in that case, with that hit, I'm going to give y'all the option With the other enemies, I've been taking the average damage. If you would like for this big fight, I can keep taking the average damage on Rexy's stuff, or I can roll for it. That means it could be higher or lower.
No preference.
I got none. Yeah.
Yeah, what about the person getting hit? What do you think? Looking back.
Okay, let's go for it.
Gonna roll it?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm on
the
the back
villains
of
are
the
rolling
track.
damage this fight. Let's see, where's that die? That is 31 points of piercing damage,
All right.
and you are grappled and restrained. You can attempt to break it on your turn. But for now, you are grappled and restrained in Big Rexy's zombie mouth.
Sounds good.
And now, Zerian's turn.
Just a question about Rexy.
Yeah.
Is she like fully skeleton, or is she like, there's still meat on the bones? Like,
She is more skeleton than bone. Or more skeleton than flesh. Good God, words are
Okay.
difficult.
yeah, you're tired.
I am. I sure am. And Zerian did not like getting punched. Zerian very much did not like being punched. So Zerian is going to turn around to Frex and is going to hold his staff out, hold his staff kind of towards you. And a wave of deep olive green, almost to a sickly olive green brown. Like, those old martini olives that have been in the jar way too long? That kind of, like, bad olive green. Just a wave of it shoots into you. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
If I cast shield as a reaction with this,
Shield will not help you here.
Okay.
This is a
Constitution save.
not an attack. Yes.
Constitution save.
Yep. Shield helps you against getting hit.
21.
21. So you will take half damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to let D&D Beyond do the math on this rather than me doing it. So half damage, you are going to take 19 points of necrotic damage as this wave of negative energy flies into you. He's then going to use his bonus action. Oh, wait, no, it's still a leveled spell, so he cannot. Oh, wait, but he can if it's through the staff. No, he still can't. Nope, that was the thing that we looked at, and then it was wrong. So never mind. He is going to not do that, and not use homebrew things that we did not discuss beforehand. And as a good DM, I don't put homebrew things in that we did not discuss.
Thank you.
Nosy, it is your turn.
Okay. Seeing all of this happening in front of me, Nosy will, first of all, very broken up about Rexy. This is not something that I ever wanted to see. But I'm also going to reach into my bag and say, I guess it's time. And pull out a small plate with the image of a dragon on it. And I'm going to lift it up into the air and cast Summon Draconic Spirit. And I'm going to summon a large dragon directly next to Rexy. And it's going to be a onyx gem dragon.
Love that.
So I'm going to have a big black dragon spirit fighting this giant skeleton.
And for the sake of everything, it acts on your turn. Don't roll an extra initiative for it.
Cool.
It'll just make
It's
things
actually what it
easier
says
for
it
me.
Does he get to act this turn? Does he have summoning sickness?
He gets to act this turn.
With that in mind, then he's going to look directly at Rexy, and we're going to cast a breath weapon that does radiant damage at it.
All right. This will also hit Nigel.
I think he can take it.
All right. Fair enough.
So they take 8 radiant damage.
Is there a save involved, or does it
Yes,
just happen?
Dexterity save. I don't see. Okay, it's my spell save DC, so 16.
Rexy does not save. Nigel, you need to roll that save as well.
Sorry, so what am I?
Dexterity saving throw.
Constitution or dexterity? Okay, thank you. 15.
That does not beat Nosy's either. So you and Rexy take full damage.
Just 8. Hopefully Rexy takes more than you because it's radiant damage. I don't know though.
8.
And- what?
You say 8 radiant damage?
Correct.
All right.
And then with my remaining actions, I am going to go ahead and summon a.
Well, I feel like summoning that dragon is your action.
I know, but I also have a movement action and a bonus action.
Oh, fair.
So my bonus action, I'm going to summon a spirit totem
Okay.
in the form of a unicorn, and it's going to be centered around our what do you call them? Our fighters that are over there in melee range with the dinosaur.
Currently, that is only Nigel.
I thought the other two were headed over there as well, but okay. In that case,
Well, they hadn't yet.
Well, I'm going to just have it kind of in the just catching in Nigel and their direction in case they want to step that way.
Okay, for sure.
And that's where it will cover. And then with my move action, I'm going to move up and flank Z.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Zerian is going to use a legendary action and tap his staff twice on the ground, and a shimmering globe is going to envelop him. A shimmering globe of a deep purple arcane energy envelops him. Now it is your turn. Ulari. Words are hard. Go, brain.
All right, so, I'm going to cast Polymorph on Rexy.
All right, what's the save for that?
Wisdom 16.
Okay. So I want you to know what just happened here.
Oh God.
I rolled a 16 on the die. Rexy has a -1. What do you polymorph Rexy into?
I'm going to polymorph Rexy into like a half or into Zerian, but wearing like a leather outfit that has embroidered on it Zaddy.
For the sake of shenanigans, I'm gonna let this happen. I'm gonna use just the commoner stats for Rexy while polymorphed.
All right. With my bonus action, is there anything substantive, like physically within 5 feet or so of new Zaddy?
Not really. I mean, what do you mean substantive?
Like, is there any item near them?
I mean, you've already cast a leveled spell, so you can't catapult something at him.
I'm not.
Okay. I still need to know what you mean, because right now they're in between, like, they burst through the doors, so there isn't really much that's in the nearby area. There's a workbench that didn't get toppled, but they've still got kind of a area around them from where their large self just kind of burst through these double doors.
My thought process here is animating performance, force, empowered slam.
Yeah, there wouldn't be anything that would work on that's right next to it, unfortunately.
Okay.
If it was still Rexy sized, maybe. But because it's now medium creature size in the space where Rexy was. Oh, also, Nigel. I'll need an acrobatics to make sure that you land on your feet.
All right. Well, that's a 12.
A 12? You do. It's not pretty, but you do land.
Okay.
All right. Since I can't do that with my bonus action, I'm gonna give Nigel a bardic inspiration for his next turn.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you.
That brings us around to Nigel.
Okay. So News Addie's just right there in front of me.
Yep.
All right. In that case, I'm going to attack him with my trident.
Roll the hit. This is about to be very funny, I want you to know.
30, 20.
You sure hit. Roll damage.
15.
15. So what happens now is, because you have hit a polymorphed creature, and you have done more damage than the polymorphed form has hit points, the rest of the damage goes to the main form. But it is no longer polymorphed. So what Nigel has done has fallen off of this Rex that has shrunk down into a person, stabbed it, and immediately it poofs back to being a Rex.
All right, guys. Wasn't thinking on that one. I forgot that's how polymorph works.
Yep.
That's on Nigel.
You can still take the rest of your attacks if you like.
Yay!
It's just the mental image of just rah, huh, rah.
So it's almost midnight. I'm not thinking. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and just stab it again.
Roll the hit. It's now back to Rexy stats.
23.
You hit.
And that's a 12.
That's 12
for
damage? All right.
I feel foolish.
Logan, remember you have bardic inspiration if you want to add a D10 to one of those rolls.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'll add a D10 to that last damage roll there.
I don't think you can add bardic inspiration to damage.
Really?
Oh, I thought that's what it was.
I do believe it's just to
It's
hit.
ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Yep, so that's to hit, or to dodge, or to save. That is not to damage.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Okay. And then use my bonus action to climb back up.
That. Give me an athletics.
Nigel's committed at this point. 14. That's the same thing I got for the last one.
Yep. You make it there.
Yeah, cool. So we're back where we started. Full circle. Ooh, boy.
306.
It's your turn.
Someone else go.
Let's see. I don't like the orb that's around this asshole.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to take my move. I'm going to back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
When you move out of his threat range, he's going to use his reaction in combination with his Warcaster feat
Mhm.
to make an opportunity attack at you and cast a spell.
Okay.
And the spell that he's going to cast, because the staff is... no, that's cast through the staff, so we can't do that. So I need you to make a dexterity save of 19.
Can I quick follow up question?
Yes.
Does casting a spell in melee range provoke attacks of opportunity from people in melee range?
Not in 5th edition. Unless you have the Mage
Bastards.
Slayer feat. Yep, they turned it into a
That
feat
was
for 5th.
25.
25. All right. You take half damage.
Which is
I gotta roll it. Which is 7.
okay.
7 necrotic damage, if it matters.
Okay, and now I'm going to attack with the Ikiwa.
All right, roll the
Just
hit.
gonna- Okay. That would be 19 plus 8, 27.
That hits.
Yay. Or 8.
8 points of damage.
And that would be piercing.
All right. You see that short spear fly through the globe unimpeded and hit him and sink into his shoulder.
I'm going to take the second attack on the action and throw another one at him.
Roll the hit.
18.
18 just hits because he can't cast shield.
Okay. 10 piercing damage.
10 piercing damage. All right. And you see, once again, your spear just goes straight through and doesn't seem to be impeded by the globe at all.
Bonus action. Let's see. I'm going to spend a key point and do patient defense.
All right. So everything at you is at disadvantage.
And I'm also going to say, how can I bury your son when he's right behind you?
He's not my son, and you ain't burying no one. And with that, he's going to use his last legendary action for the round and cast Mirror Image around himself.
Just out of curiosity, Frax, how much did you back up? Like 10 feet?
I'd say about 10, 15 feet. Let's say 15. 15.
And that brings us to Wave.
So I am gonna run right on up to Zaddy, not T-Rex Zaddy, Guy Zaddy, and can I use my Fighting Spirit bonus action before my attacks?
I'm not sure. I think so. Let me check to make sure.
Action gives me advantage on weapon attacks roll until the end of the turn.
Oh, no, you can absolutely use it first.
Oh, perfect. Gonna do one of those guys. And then I'm gonna hit him with my battle axe.
All right. Roll the hit.
Do these dice. Oh, I don't like these dice.
Let's
3
see.
plus 6. 9.
Let's see if that goes to him or a duplicate. It doesn't matter. It's 9. You miss.
So I can. Oh, I get advantage on this roll though with my.
Oh,
Fighting
yes. So
Spirit,
you
I
roll
can-
twice and take the higher one. So I should roll to see if
Let's
you hit a
check.
duplicate or not.
17?
What'd you say?
17?
17. It goes to a duplicate. And actually does hit and destroy one of the duplicates. So now you see with that mirror image, there are only 3 zaddies in this globe and not 4.
All right. Let's hit him with the battle axe again.
Roll to hit.
Nat 20.
All right. Thank gods you hit another duplicate.
Great.
So now there are 2 zaddies in the circle. Gotta love mirror image.
Pass it around.
Bless up.
One less zaddy on the wall.
I think that's everything you can do with your turn wave.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep. Which brings it around to Rexy and Zerian. Zerian does not like where he is at. At all. So what he's going to do is he is going to... Yes, he can do that. He's going to reach out to both Nosy and Wave. And reach out to both of them using his only sorcerer points to twin cast Bestow Curse on both of you. This is going to be a curse of feebleness, and it will take well, you'll see. Roll me both of you wisdom saving throws.
Is this a spell touch attack, or what is this?
This is a spell touch attack.
He has disadvantage to hit me. How would that affect it?
It doesn't, because he doesn't have to roll to hit. It's a save. It's just, it has to be cast on something in touch range.
It was a wisdom save?
Yes.
Rolled dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Hot damn, you're good.
17.
17 does not pass. So you have disadvantage.
I'm going to cast Silvery Barbs.
What was that?
Silvery Barbs.
Silvery Barbs would make Nosy re-roll and take the lower one.
Oh, okay. Not that then.
I believe. Or read me out Silvery Barbs. Does it say re-roll a
Magically
d20 and take the response and take the result, or does it take the lowest?
You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Use the lower roll. And fun. So Logan's video going away shifted us around momentarily. We're back.
Sorry.
This has been a wild ride of a day. Yeah, so Silvery Barbs won't be able to help here.
Okay. Never mind.
So you have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws made with Constitution. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against Zerian. You must make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, wait, no. It's only one of them, not all of them. That makes way more sense. Yeah. The curse is you have to make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of your turns, and if you fail, you waste your action doing nothing. You waste your turn doing nothing. It's a bad curse.
Cool.
Was the first I made my save or didn't make my save, so I have it now, right? And so I'll have to on my next coming turn make a save to act.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Bestow Curse is nasty. See, and I have to tap off those spell slots. Can't forget to do that. And then Rexy's gonna bite at Nigel. That's what he's got. That's what she's got. I guess they now. I don't know if undead have a gender. That is a 21 to hit, so it will.
Yep.
And that is... Oof. 33 points of piercing damage. And you are once again grappled and restrained, and you can break out on your turn.
Yeah, we'll see if we get there.
And that brings us to Nosy. So Nosy, you gotta make a wisdom saving throw.
12, so no.
Yeah.
In that case, my dragon will just be directed to continue. It doesn't take an action of my part. I just can will it to do things.
Yeah.
So I'm going to will it to continue attacking the T-Rex. That said, I just double checked, and there's no cooldown on its breath weapon listed, so I'm going to use the breath weapon again.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a dex save, yeah?
Yes, 16.
16. Rexy rolled a 16. An 18 with a -2. Still a 16. Nigel, you will need to roll that save as well.
I rolled a 16. Exactly.
All right.
Well, then you both take half damage for 4.
All right. All right.
And then I guess that's all I could do, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a nasty curse, and I wanted to hit 2 of you with it.
I can cure it, but I can't if I can't make the save.
That is true. All right. Our lovely tiefling bard, what you gonna do?
Can you refresh me on Zaddy's position and who, if anyone, is near him? How far away they are?
He is in melee range with Wave and Nosy. And Frex is 15 feet behind him. And Frex, you do notice that you are standing directly in front of our lovable NPC.
I'm directly in front of him.
Yeah, you're directly in front of Frederick. He hasn't moved further forward since the fight started. He is here. He's got his sword up, and he's just ready to dodge or do something.
Okay.
The other way. Okay.
So, is there any way for me to aim a spell specifically enough to hit Rexy's head and not hit Nigel?
What is the range, or what is the area of effect of that spell?
20-foot spear.
20-foot spear. So it is possible. It is possible. I'm going to ask you to give me an Arcana check, or whatever your casting modifier is. Yeah, give me a roll with your casting modifier and your proficiency. And if it's above 10, yes.
What is the casting modifier?
Whatever. It's your charisma modifier plus your proficiency, and then a roll. And if it's over 10, you got it.
Uh, 17.
17. Yeah, absolutely you can.
All right. I am going to aim synaptic static at Rexy's head.
All right, what's the save?
It is an intelligence 16.
Yeah, it works. Yeah. Zombies, not intelligent, let me tell you.
All right. The 8d6. $25 damage.
25 damage. You see this psychic energy, this kind of a lighter pink swarm of needles just sink in to the skull of what was once Rexy. And it doesn't have any way to make a sound, but you can tell it wants to scream out in pain. Anything else for your turn?
I'm done.
Nigel?
Oof. Okay. Do we have any indication of how Rexy is doing?
Gonna bring in a thing from another system because all of you have played with me before and I always use it. You would consider if Rexy had any blood, Rexy would be bloodied.
Okay. All right. Think I'm just gonna stab it again.
Roll to hit.
All right. The 24,
That hits.
and that's going to be 11 damage.
All right.
And then I'm going to attack it again. Ooh, that's a 16.
That surprisingly still hits.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll take it.
It's a big old skeleton.
Yeah.
It's hard to miss.
And that'll be 11 damage as well, so that's 22 damage.
All right. As you are held in its mouth. Oh, wait, that's right. You're restrained.
Shit.
I can't remember if you can attack while you're restrained or not. I think they might be at disadvantage. Yes, they are at disadvantage, so you still have one hit in. But you'll need to roll twice just to see if that second hit actually hit. That's my bad,
Okay.
and I apologize.
It's all good. I forgot about it too. $29 to hit.
Yeah, you absolutely still do. Just while held in the mouth of this T-Rex, this Loxodon is just with his trident, just jamming up into the roof of, like, the skull.
Mm-hmm. Zombie brain.
Yeah, I love it. Them zombrains. Alright. Zerian is going to use a legendary action for this round.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yes,
I wanted to use a bonus action
absolutely.
real quick. I'm going to use my second wind to regain 1d10 plus 10 HP.
That's smart.
Okay, so that's 5 plus 10, so I regain 15 HP.
Yeah, Zerian is going to use a legendary action. And he is going to point... He's going to point his hand out to right in between Wave and Nosy, and is going to cast a vitriolic sphere behind you. So I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws.
I fail.
No. Not from this. You can still roll. You don't automatically fail. Or did you roll
Oh
a 1?
no. I rolled a 7 and I have a -1 to dex.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I got a 9.
9. That also fails.
Wait, can I use counterspell to react to his casting a spell if it's not on me?
You absolutely can. What level are you casting counterspell at? You will know that Vitriolic Sphere, you would know as a caster that Vitriolic Sphere is at least a 4th level spell if he did not upcast it.
I'm gonna cast it 4th level then.
Okay. Vitriolic Sphere fizzles.
Nice.
Nice use of counterspell.
Yeah.
We're screwed.
All right. That brings us to Frex.
I am going to use one of my greater potions, healing potions, just to get some shit up. So that's 4, or that's 4 d4s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 3, 5, 7, 11. So I'm gonna add 11 HP.
Nice. Drinking that is your bonus action.
Oh, okay. Cool. And I'm gonna just fire off a couple more Yikiwas at him.
Absolutely. Roll to hit.
Nat 20, you bitch.
All right.
All right. I feel like I just talked some shit. I'm about to get boned. Okay.
What's the damage?
All right. 5, 9, and it's double, right?
The dice that you roll are double. So you can either
Okay.
double the amount that you rolled on the dice or double the amount of dice you roll.
No, this is good for me. That would be 18 damage, piercing.
All right.
And I'm gonna try and do it again.
Roll to hit.
21.
21 does not hit because he's going to use his reaction to cast shield.
Okay.
Any movement?
I observe Frederick behind me. Just kind of like wondering how I'm gonna protect him, or if he's gonna storm in front of me or something.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't.
You
So
can
no
tell he
movement.
ain't going to do that.
Yeah, so no movement. I'm gonna shield our delightful NPC.
So he did not like that. And he's going to use his last legendary action for the round. He's going to point his hand out at you. And a bolt of electricity is going to fly out of it. That is a 24 to hit.
Do I have a save on that?
No, he's rolling to hit
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And the armor class. Yeah, I mean it would hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are going to take. You are going to take 33 points of lightning damage.
Ooh.
And you can see this electricity still in a weak tether between you and his hand. Wave, it is your turn.
Does he still have like doubles or whatever? Look at there's still 2 of them or something.
No. Those have been. I haven't been rolling for them. So yes, there is still one.
2. There's yeah.
There's
Real
one. There's
fake.
one left. There's 2 of him in the globe. I have not been rolling for the chance to hit those. So y'all just weren't fooled by the mirror images for the last little bit. I'll just say, because that's easier.
Well, Wave is back to being fooled by the mirror images, and I'm gonna try to hit one with my battle axe. Oh wait, I'm actually gonna before that I do that. I'm gonna use my fighting spirit.
To have
One
advantage.
more of those guys. Add advantage to my battle axe attack.
Yeah. Roll to hit.
13 and 11.
You hit him
I do.
on this one. Wait. 13 and 11? I swear you should be rolling higher than this. Your modifier should be higher than this.
It's a 6 plus 6.
Nope, you're just rolling real low. You miss.
I got. Okay, that's attack number 1. We'll try it again here. I think, unless I can think of something else to do.
I want your rolls to be higher, Tuffy.
Me too. I even tried to use the stupid ones on the computer, but they haven't been going well for me either. Let's try it one more time. Let's see what we got. At advantage again. So this time, okay, we got 17 on that one. And this one, we got 8 plus 6. What is that? 14, so 17? 17? Does that hit?
No, it does not, because he cast shield this round. Yep, he had cast shield this round, so you're coming with your battle axe at him, and all you are hitting is these waves of necromantic energy around him that are protecting him. But you can only have spell slots for so long. That brings us back around to... Unless you would like to move?
No, I'm staying in here. I'm going to get this
Alright.
motherfucker.
Rexy and Zerian. Rexy is going to... Oh, that's right. Rexy... Oh, it's just another target. With you in his mouth, Rexy is gonna move the full, We've kind of been nonsense with movement for this one. Rexy is going to start to move toward, our bard here. Will not get the whole way because I said that the warehouse was large and I'm sticking to that. And while in motion, is going to chomp down once more on Nigel. Which, this is at advantage. Yeah, that hits. It ain't a crit, but it hits. That is a 28.
Needs to kill me so I can go to bed.
Let's see. That is 30 piercing damage of you being chomped by this skeleton.
All right.
Zerian, still not very happy at where he's at. He is going to bonus action cast Misty Step and teleport 30 feet into the warehouse just to get out of direct melee with these motherfuckers.
And that doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity.
No, it does not, because it is a teleport. And then, because it is a cantrip, he is going to cast Toll the Dead on Frex. No, he's still mad. No, he's still mad at Frex. He's going to cast Toll the Dead, which is a wisdom save. Less.
Dirty 20.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. He can't do that. But because it is not a multiple cast, you know what? Gonna say nah to all of that, because he wouldn't do that because it would break his other spell. So instead, he's just going to light back up that witch bolt that is connected to you that just happens. So he's still in melee range with Wave and Nosy, because he would not have Misty stepped out, breaking his other spell. So you are going to take 27 lightning damage, Frex, as he lights up this witch bolt that is connected to you. You say you're unconscious?
Yep.
All right. Frex has gone unconscious. And we'll see what happens when we come back around. This is Nosy. So that's another wisdom save against the curse.
22.
You can have your regular action. You are still cursed, but you have this action of yours. Or you have this turn of yours.
Okay, with that, I'm still cursed. I just made it this turn.
Yes.
I'm casting Greater Restoration on myself.
All right, the curse is gone.
Oh, that was annoying. And then, given that I feel like our Loxodon friend has Rexy and totally in hand, I'm gonna have
More
the
in mouth.
dragon exactly launch itself across the room and do a double rend attack on Z.
It will not be able to make that entire distance.
How big is it?
I said the entire warehouse was 300.
Oh shit. Okay then.
Yeah. Rexy was on the whole other end, and he's moved 40 this way. I've been kind of messy with distance, but if I'm going to stop myself from having Rexy do a tail attack at somebody, I'm also gonna have that movement be a thing.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Healing Spirit
Okay.
and put it on top of Frex.
Okay.
And since it's in his or in his square, that should automatically heal him for a d6.
Yes.
Cool. And that means anyone, basically just our Loxodon friend at this point, who's still over there, also heals for 10 health.
Nice. Thank you.
Because actually, frankly, I don't know that I should have been able to reach all the way over there with my spell when I first cast it, if it was actually 300 feet.
Eh.
So yeah, you're going to
It's
heal
been
for
done.
10, and
And Frex heals for how much?
2.
For 2.
2.
Hey, that's still not, unconscious.
Then the dragon will be moving 120 feet flying towards Z.
Okay.
And I think that's all I can do for the moment.
All right, cool.
You can't use your movement to take a 5-foot step back, can you?
No, that is Pathfinder.
Damn.
All right, Dulari, what you got?
All right, I'm gonna run over to God, I keep forgetting your name. Freck? Is that it?
Frex.
Frex. I'm gonna run over to Frex and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at level 3.
Okay. Oh, do I do it? No. I won't be the worst person ever, looks pointedly at Bjorn. Continue
You
on.
just might do. We just might have to do it tomorrow.
That's 20 hit points restored.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, show. And since Rexy's big again, is there anything in range that I can use for animating performance this time?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to use whatever's in range and make a force empowered slam.
Roll to hit.
That is a 14 to hit.
14 will hit Rexy.
Then D10 plus 4. That's 8 damage.
8 damage? Alright.
Yep.
Alright. That will bring us around to Nigel.
All right. I'm gonna stab it again.
Alright, roll to hit. It's at disadvantage.
Just for warning though, I might have to call it soon, guys. I gotta let Stevie get to bed and stuff too.
Well, then we gotta get through this quick.
Yep.
So plan your turns ahead.
Yeah. I'm riding the dinosaur. There's only so many options. All right. Roll 2 hits. 19.
It does. Roll damage.
14 damage. And then I'm going to roll again.
All right.
And that's a 24.
That hits. Roll damage.
And that is 12 damage. So
From within the jaws, how do you take down Rexy?
oh boy. The jaws close on him, and it looks like all hope is lost. But then they slowly pry open, and the bottom jaw falls off, and holding his trident, he rides it down to the ground.
Nice.
Something, I don't know.
Beautiful. So all of you see this T-Rex skeleton that used to be your beloved Big Rexy crumble to the ground, and Nigel barely standing in the remnants. It is Frex's turn.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get that Yakiwa, and I'm gonna fucking tag this out again. That would be 22.
That will hit because he's out of shields.
And finally, 12.
12 damage?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm gonna do it again.
Roll the hit.
20, dirty.
Roll your damage.
11 damage.
Okay. He takes that second short spear and is still standing.
I'm gonna yell at Frederick to get in the game and run at him.
Give me what could be the funniest persuasion check ever.
Oh no, my persuasion's not great. 19?
19.
Come on, buddy.
Look, y'all, I want you to know. Full disclosure, Mans has 2 hit points left. If Frederick lands this hit, Frederick will get the kill. Do you want to let an NPC have this kill?
Fuck
Hell yeah, it's Frederick.
It's Frederick.
All right.
He became the
Frederick,
most, like,
with the borrowed longsword, is just gonna...
He's the hero.
All right,
None of us are in the sequel. That's Frederick.
Frederick, just... All right, I'm gonna do it! And he runs out to his former employer with one big strike of a longsword. He's got no proficiencies. He's got a flat strength. This is a flat roll. He has to get an 18. Unless anyone, I will let you use like a reaction to give an inspiration or something. If you want to.
Can I give him my unused bardic inspiration?
For the
Or
sake
I've
of this
some left.
moment, absolutely.
Okay.
So he
Can I
has...
use my reaction to cast Enlarge on him?
You know what? Yes. You know what? Fuck the rules. This is great. Yes.
He is now a large size Frederick.
And that enlarge gives him a +2 to his strength,
oh,
I
God.
believe.
Okay.
All right. So that takes this from an 18 down to like I've got to roll a 16 on the die.
He gets
Plus I'll roll the D10 bardic inspiration now. All right. The bardic inspiration came up at 8. So that means I have to roll an 8 on this D20 for Frederick to finish off his former employer.
End it.
Buddy.
Come on, Frederick.
That's a 16. Frederick
Yes!
takes this borrowed longsword with no real idea how to use it. He has ran down this hallway. As he pops out of the hallway, he is made almost twice his size. He is inspired. And then he brings this blade down, cleaving his former employer in half, smashing the globe of invulnerability that was around him that really didn't matter because none of y'all tried to really cast spells on him.
I wasn't allowed to.
It's fair. And you can see as he's sliced, laying on the ground dying, he just... You all would have made such perfect unpaid zombie interns. And he dies. What you all...
That's what it was? It was
What you
zombie
all do...
labor?
What you all do now with Zerian Zunderful Zoo is kind of up to you. Because all of you are the only people that know what really happened. And we'll explore the possibilities of that if we decide to do a part 2. Thank you so much for sticking with us for this long time. We ran a bit over. We had technical difficulties. We fought through all of it. There was a recap. This happened. Thank you so much for coming to Zerian's Wonderful Zoo. Again, I am Jordan Michael Whidbey. I've been your DM. That is Saint playing Nosy. We have Duffy playing Wave. We have Andrew Shanks playing Frex. We have Logan
Listen to the
playing...
Ugly Radio.
Yes, listen to the Ugly Radio. We have Logan playing Nigel. We have Brian Bear playing Ulari, whose name I will say correctly.
Just remember, we're never going to give you up.
Are you going to let us down?
Never going to turn
run
around.
or desert you.
And that's all we can say and still keep this video up. Thank you so much for watching. And in the next time on One Shot Sunner, we'll see what chaos awaits.